Audio test. This is an audio test. Audio test to the live stream. One, two, three, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Audio test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once again, check in the audio feed to the live stream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to everyone in our Zoom and to everyone tuning in from home. Today is Wednesday, October 28th, 2020, and you've just tuned in to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees. My name is Vivian. I am the board president, and I actually have a written announcement to share with you regarding our remote meeting. For the last maybe 8 months or so, we've just been winging the announcement, but I actually have a written one this time, thanks to our secretary.
I sent you one last meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that, so I apologize.
Yes.
So it is important to note that this is our remote meeting. Our trustees and our staff are practicing social distance in response to the coronavirus, COVID-19. We are using video conference technology to hold today's meeting. This is in response to Governor Gavin Newsom's executive order, which was issued last March when he declared a state of emergency and loosened the Brown Act regulations to allow us to be able to meet remotely. The executive order updated Brown Act regarding public meetings in response to the health crisis that we are all currently facing. And today's remote meeting does meet the updated and revised Brown Act requirements. If anyone would like to contribute public comments to this meeting, you can do so in writing and also by leaving a voicemail. So thank you all for that. And now, Madam Secretary, if you could please take roll.
Virginia Baxter. Here. Vivian Malauulu.
Here.
Uduak Joe Intuck.
Here.
Oh, great. Doug Otto.
Here.
And Sunny Zia.
Here. Thank you. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comments on our closed session items?
No, we do not, and we do not have any for the whole agenda, actually.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Thank you. If by chance any come in late, please let us know.
Madam President?
Yes.
We want to inform you that we will be, you will not be discussing item 1.8 and I'm sorry, it's 1.7 for the personnel, the superintendent president's evaluation. Given the length of the closed session, we're going to delay it over to November.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So now we will move on to item 1.4, which is actually going into closed session. And we do have several items on closed session. 1.4 is personnel pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.5E, public employee discipline, dismissal, release. Item 1.5, personnel pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with agency designated representative Jean Duran. AFT and LBCC-FA will be represented, for the management team unrepresented. Item 1.6, discussion pursuant to Government Code Section 3549.1 and discussion pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. Anticipated litigation, 2 cases with Board Counsel Vincent Ewing. Item 1.7 will be held over until the November closed session. And then now we will go into item 1.8, which is an adjournment of the open session, and we will return when hopefully 5:30. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Let's see. Okay, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. The time is 5:40 p.m. I apologize that we're starting a few minutes late. We had some technical difficulty. I would just like to welcome everyone. This is the regularly scheduled meeting of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees. Today is Wednesday, October 28th, 2020, and we just adjourned a closed session. For those of you tuning in virtually in this Zoom room, and for those of you tuning in at home from the comfort of your own choosing, we would like to announce that the Board of Trustees, as well as our administration and staff, we are practicing social distancing in response to the coronavirus COVID-19. We are using video conference technology to hold today's meeting, as we have since March. Governor Gavin Newsom issued an executive order that declared a state of emergency. The executive order also updated and revised Brown Act regulations regarding public meetings in response to the health crisis. And this is what's allowing us to be able to meet remotely, just in an abundance of caution to keep everyone safe. Today's remote meeting and all the meetings that we've had since March that have been remote have met the updated Brown Act requirements. And for anyone interested in submitting public comments to our meeting, you're able to email them. And we also allowed for a special phone number for you to call and leave voicemail so that we could play a recording. So with that, I would like to move toward the Pledge of Allegiance. And I have communicated with our ASB president, Cesar, who selected one of his ASB cabinet members who is joining us. And we would like to ask Getsami Moya, I hope I pronounced that correctly, to please lead us in the flag salute.
Can I have everybody put their right hand over their heart? I pledge allegiance to the flag of
the United States of
States of America,
and to the
republic
for which
for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with liberty
and
and
justice
justice
for all.
for all.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Getsami. I appreciate that. Madam Secretary, will you please take roll?
Virginia Baxter,
Here.
Vivian Malauulu,
Here.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Here.
Doug Otto,
Here.
Sunny Zia.
Here. I am also.
Thank you. And now I'd like to report out on our closed session items.
Madam Chair, I think the role, we skipped over our student trustee.
Yes,
Please.
Oh, no.
I am
You know
here.
what? I have it all set up tonight. I'm going to get an A+ on roll call. But for some reason, when I transferred my list, I didn't think I called her name during roll. Student trustee Jimenez?
Present.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Jenna. You're always so gracious when we mess up like that. So
Used
Thank
to
you.
be.
Everyone
that.
needs grace. Everyone needs grace.
thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so now we're moving on to report out for closed session items. Item 1.4. There is no report out on that. The board just gave direction. Am I correct, Vice President Duran?
That is correct.
Okay, for item 1.5, the board gave direction and also approved a 2% increase to the management salary schedule effective July 1st, 2020. The vote was as follows, Madam Secretary. Trustee Baxter, aye. Trustee Malauulu, aye. Trustee Ntuk, aye. Trustee Otto, aye. Trustee Zia, no. For item, and also Vice President Duran, I do think that we should report that we gave direction regarding the second issue. Is that correct?
So I think that was included in the report out.
For the ayes?
I believe direction is just by consensus. But
Okay, do
can't-
we need to report what that is? What the other issue is?
Not what just the direction was given?
Correct.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, so direction was given. Item 1.7, as previously mentioned, was tabled for the November meeting. And item 1.6, we will return to that in a second closed session at the conclusion of this meeting. All right, and now we will move on to Item 2.5, Madam Secretary, do we have any public comments on agenda items?
No, there are none.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a point of order, a point of information. And in closed session, we said we're going to adjourn. We're not going to have a second closed session for item 1.6.
I think Trustee Z,
Trustee Otto requested a second closed session and Trustee Baxter agreed to that.
yeah, I think Trustee Zia had already left the room.
And so did Trustee Untuck.
Yeah, so we will be having a second closed session at the request of Trustee Otto on item 1.6.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, so very exciting. Item 2.6 on the agenda is to welcome new faculty, and I would like to defer that to Vice President Dr. Kathy Scott for that.
Thank you very much, Board President. Welcoming new full-time faculty is one of the most important things we do. And even though we have a very small but mighty group, we're very happy to welcome them. And I would like to turn this over at this point to Academic Senate President Jerry Florence.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. As part of Title V and the 10+1, faculty professional development is the purview of the Academic Senate. One of the programs that we are very proud of is our summer orientation and year-long mentorship of the new tenure-track faculty. It is indeed our honor to acclimate them to Long Beach City College, introduce them to faculty, staff, and administration, teach them about our governance structure, guide them through their probationary tenure process, and integrate them into college life through our year-long College Culture Fridays programming. I would like to thank our Faculty Professional Development Coordinator, Suman Mondanari, for doing a wonderful job, and of course, her talented right-hand Senior Office Assistant, Catherine Conchata. At this time, through the magic of technology and Stacy Toda's talented communication team, Suman is going to introduce you to this year's new faculty cohort.
Good evening. Board President Malauulu, Interim Superintendent President Bynum, and distinguished board members. My name is Suman Mudanuri, and I'm the Faculty Professional Development Coordinator for Long Beach City College. I have the fun job of acclimating the new faculty to the college through College Culture Fridays, and this year we've been doing it through Zoom. We have 2 new faculty, Karen Thurston with the Computer and Office Studies Department, and Bill Vega with the Business Department. I would be remiss if I didn't follow tradition and tell you that this cohort would like to be remembered as the 2020 Visionaries. Up next here are Bill and Karen.
Hi, my name is Karen Thurston. I was hired in January of this year, so I have taught during the spring with the Computer and Office Studies Department, and I'm really happy to join the faculty here. Thank you for having me.
I am Bill Vega. I'm the new assistant professor in the business department. I'm very excited to be here and really looking forward to serving the students at Long Beach City College.
Thank you so much, Bill and Karen. On behalf of the 2020 Visionaries, I want to thank the board for this opportunity. And go Vikings!
That was very nice. Thank you very much, Jerry and Karen and Bill. That was excellent. And I really appreciate the video and all of you who is responsible for bringing our new faculty on board and acclimating them. And I just think it's probably one of the highlights of board meetings is to get to meet our new faculty. So we wish you well and welcome to the family. And now we're moving on to item 2.7. This is the approval of the minutes. We have several minutes to approve. September 9th, regular board meeting, September 29th, October 15th, and October 21st, special board meetings. And for the benefit of the public, all of these minutes, as well as any other relevant documents for agenda items, are available on board docs. So I'll entertain a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, do you want individual motions for each set of minutes, or do you want one sweeping motion for all sets of minutes?
One sweeping motion.
So moved.
Second, Trustee Untuck.
So we've got a motion by trustee Baxter, second by trustee Untuck. Is there any discussion? All right, Madam Secretary, we will move to a vote.
Student trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
I'm going to abstain since I was out on September 9th.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. And, no offense to our wonderful faculty, but I think the only activity that can probably top faculty introductions would be student introductions. They happen to be pretty high on my list. And I have the pleasure of introducing our ASB president, Cesar, who is going to introduce our ASB cabinet, which is really exciting. And my only regret is that we're not there in person to see all of you and to stand up and take a photo with you, as has become tradition. So somebody has to take a Zoom photo of all of you here in this Zoom room. Go ahead, Cesar, take it away with your ASB president report and introductions.
Thank you so much, President Malauulu. This is such an awesome opportunity for my cabinet members to be here. And actually, I'm so excited that they took the time to be here. Surprisingly, this is only half of the cabinet members. This is not even the other half. So for first and foremost, let me start introducing each of my cabinet members. This is how I would like them to introduce themselves. I would like them to say their first and last name, their major, what position they hold, and what is their goal in ASB. We're going to first start off with Hexamani, our ASB. Go ahead. Hexamani, you're muted.
Hello, folks. My name's Hexamani Moya. I am a major in criminology and economics. I am the ASB treasurer for Long Beach City College. My goal is to establish, monitor, and ensure an effective budget and grant process to support and benefit students here at LBCC. Thank you.
Let me interrupt right there for 1 second, Hex, and apologize to you for mispronouncing your name. I even texted 2 phonetic choices to Cesar before the meeting started, and I wish he had replied with the HEX. So I'm sorry I mispronounced your name. That was not my intention.
No, you're totally fine. No worries.
Thank you.
Next up, we're going to go with the rep of Student Services.
Hello, my name is Kyra Childress, and I am the rep of Student Services. My major is biology, and my goal for this position is to inform students about their resources here at LBCC and also increase the number of students using these resources by the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. On to our next one, rep of ESL.
Hi, everyone. My name is Farrell. I'm the representative of ESL, and my major is psychology. My goal as a representative of ESL is to help students, especially ESL and international students, to achieve their academic success. Thank you.
Thank you so much. On to our ICC president.
Hi, my name is Patricia Guerrero, but you can call me Patty. I am the ICC president. My major is human service. My goal is to get more people interested in ICC so they know what it is. That's what I want to do before my term is over. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ICC President. And Legislative Affairs.
Hello, my name is Anna Baricki. I'm the Vice President of Legislative Affairs for the ASB Cabinet. My major is psychology, and my goal is to represent Long Beach City College well during the Region 8 delegate assemblies by describing the programs that we offer to our students, as well as gain ideas from the other college representatives for our region.
And of course, I'm going to introduce my Vice President, Norm.
Awesome. Thank you, Cesar. Hello, everyone. My name is Norman Barsugli. I am a kinesiology major and also been introduced before. It's great to see all the board members one more time again and Superintendent, President. And my goal for this semester or this year is to be an effective representative for all the students and also an effective leader for the cabinet. And looking forward to it this semester.
This is just half of my cabinet members. As you can see, the other half weren't able to attend today, but I will be introducing them on the next Board of Trustee meeting. So I'm looking forward to that. So I will try to condense my report and make it as short as possible, but tell you also the good news that we're working with as the Associate Student Body. So first things first, one of the main things that we're actually trying to achieve with the Associate Student Body is that we're actually trying to work on stipends. I've been advocating this for a very long time, and I'm hoping that we're doing the right process and we're going through the right bureaucracies in order to make sure this happens. Another thing we're also trying to advocate for is actually women tampons and pads. That is something I've always been passionate about. And I've been working closely with a company. Their company is actually named OmpFlow. And I'm gonna be working closely with student trustee and making sure we can actually pass some type of resolution, or making sure that when we actually present this, we're presenting this rights. I am expecting to have someone from OnFlow company to be coming to the next Board of Trustee meeting. And last and not least, I want to tell you the good news. So far, since the last 2 weeks, we have already appointed 18 students to district committees, and the numbers are continuing to go up. And I'm looking forward to this. We're also getting a few more people interested within the Associate Student Body. So hopefully by the end of the semester, we can actually have a full cabinet of 23 members. That is the end of my report. And does anybody have any questions for my cabinet members? I really want them to shine, so.
Would any of my colleagues on the board like to make any remarks or ask any questions of our guests, our student guests today?
I'd like to say a few words.
Go ahead, Trustee Zia.
I just want to congratulate all of you and just know that you're just so special. We're so proud of you, and seeing you all here is just warms my heart. I really love you and appreciate you and can't wait to see your success, continued success by way of going through Long Beach City College. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your time, and it's a pleasure serving you.
Thank you.
President Malauulu?
Yes, Trustee Antec?
Hey, how are you? Sorry, folks. Trustee Intuk here. I can't tell you that I love you, but I want to say thank you. It's incredibly important to be involved in student government. And when I was in a student experiences I had, as far as learning about working together with people, collaborating, and then try to make our campus a better place. So I just want to thank all of you for stepping up and being in student government. And it is a volunteer role. It's nobody can force you to go to meeting, but we want to every time you invest in student government and invest in the campus, you're going to get tenfold back in return. It's going to help on your resume, your job interviews, go on, or just in your work careers. The student government. So I just wanted to encourage you to think about what can you do to bring systemic change to student government. What is something you see in your experience on campus that you want to see better? And this is your time to be a vocal advocate for your fellow students to make our campus a better place. So hopefully think about that through this next academic year. Even though we're in the pandemic, you can still make positive change. So just want to give you those words of advice and congratulate and welcome you to your role in student government.
Okay, yes, Trustee Otto?
Yeah, I want to congratulate all of you also on your involvement in student government. I've been thinking about student government at Long Beach City College for a couple of weeks now since the semester got started because, this is such an unusual time. The pandemic means that people are able to communicate less. And when they do communicate, it's often by different means. It's by Zoom, or it's by telephone, or And I think it undermines the trust that the people can have in one another. I've heard and read a lot of things about how it's harder to make decisions that you find honest and truthful after the fact when you're doing things by social media, by Zoom, by Microsoft Team, however it is that you're. So it's important to notice that, but it's important too to remember that your responsibility is to be present, to work with your fellow cabinet members and take your job really, really seriously, because that's the only way that we'll make progress. You are all full partners with the board here in trying to keep Long Beach City College moving forward. And so I hope that you'll take that seriously. So congratulations.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter.
Yeah, well, I don't want the students to think I don't care about them. My background is student activities. And so, yeah, you may smile, Cesar. And so I believe so firmly in the role of extracurricular activities and student government and student leadership as a part of an important segment of your college education. And so many people before you, alumni, went through this same experience. And just as someone said, you're going to take all the things that you learned this year with you for your future success. So congratulations and thank you for your service.
Thank you. And I want to echo every single thing that my colleagues on the board have said to all of you. I also want to challenge you, as I'm sure you've already been tremendously challenged, to develop more creative ways for our students to interact and connect. And, there's so many sayings and quotes that we can revert to in times like this, right? That we all become a little bit more creative and a little bit more inventive when we are forced to. So even though everything that ASB has done all the years prior to this pandemic has been fantastic, I look forward to you exceeding all of those expectations and met goals, because you're forced to now. And we certainly don't want one of the most vibrant aspects of our campus community to fall off because we can't interact. So now the expectation is even higher, no pressure, but now you have to come up with even bigger and better ideas. And I know that we still have activities that need to happen. So this is an opportunity for you to shine and be creative. And I would encourage you to look at the corporate world, because there are a lot of corporations and businesses that are being forced to think outside the box and come up with creative ideas for customer service and for marketing. So put yourself in that situation and remember that you are also in the business of creating experiences. So, frame it that way and rise to that challenge. I'm sure you will. And like Trustee Baxter said, I love all aspects of campus, but when it comes to athletics and theater and activities, I'm all in, because that's what I taught and that's what I did when I was a student myself. So, I'm looking forward to invitations to come and speak to you at your ASB fall retreat and at your meetings. And I can't wait to interact with you in person, even though we're all going to be socially distant wearing masks. We could all make it happen. So thank you all for being here and taking the time to be here.
President Malauulu, is it okay if
Yes.
I correct myself real quick? I know I said we appointed students. We're actually working on appointing students, but we do have 16 applicants, but we're hoping that we're going to have 18. I just wanted to correct myself. But I'm very grateful for all the words that you have said to my cabinet members. I'm looking forward to actually making LBCC a better place for our students. And hopefully this is like the one, cabinet members that we make so much change throughout the year. So I'm looking forward to working with each and one of my cabinet members. I know half of them couldn't show up. So by next meeting, hopefully the other half will show up. But these were great words from you folks, and I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
So we will all assume that they're all in class right now, and that's why they can't be here. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Have a great academic year and keep up the great work. Thank you. All right, so Trustee Jimenez, now we're going to move on to our student trustee report.
Hi, thank you so much, President Malauulu. First thing I want to say is October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Last meeting, I mentioned working with staff in the Student Affairs Department to put on a series of workshops concerning sexual violence prevention and education. This was a success. It's still going on. I helped organize RASB cabinet members to moderate these workshops so that student leadership would be more visible to persons in the student body. Visibility is obviously important to us. We want students to know that we're working for and supporting them. Last meeting, I brought up the idea of having a more interactive webpage destination for students to connect with student leaders. Right now, we're in the process of studying how other universities and community colleges do this so that we can have a more informed perspective on what we can do with that. Regarding the OnFlow initiative that Cesar mentioned, members of the cabinet, especially those who experience menstrual cycles, support this project, and I want that to be echoed to you. In our meeting, it was pointed out that high schools have dispensaries in their restrooms to support their students with this, and that we should also follow this pattern of feminine support. Bathroom dispensaries supports feminine hygiene where it's most conveniently needed, and it also informs students that this resource is provided. And I know that we do have this resource in the health office, but I just found this out at the last meeting. So visibility is super important. We're looking to make the LBCC resources that we do have more visible to the students. Some other things that I do want to recognize, Dr. Mike Munoz and staff of the college did a great job creating visibility around Latinx Heritage Month. As a Latina, I am proud to be a part of a college where my heritage is celebrated. To highlight our ASB president, almost 1,000 people watched his panel event with Senator Lena Gonzalez. I have attended this college for almost 6 years now. I know a lot. I know it's been a long time, but I'm very educated at this point. And in all my years, I've experienced LBCC. I have never seen more cultural initiatives than I have in this past year and in 2019. So I really want to say thank you to Vice President Munoz, because every single one of those events, I've seen you there. And so thank you for working grassroots and continuing to put these recognitions in place on the student level specifically. I know that there are more pieces to the production and more people that are involved in producing these events. So I do want to thank you all as well for participating in and celebrating diverse groups. Today, we are voting on resolutions that recognize Latinx heritage, LGBTQ history, Filipino American history, and we're also voting to adopt an ethnic studies requirement. Continuing to validate these groups will unite us. If I have one term to describe the student body of LBCC, it would be diverse. So I really want to thank you for supporting our differences. I can't wait to see education surrounded around these groups. So that is the end of my report. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Student Trustee Jimenez. We will, and by the way, we appreciate your staunch advocacy for students on campus. Thank you. We're going to move on to item 2.10, which is the Academic Senate President Report.
Thank you. Good evening.
There she is.
I'm here. Thank you. I attended the Regional Area D meeting of the Statewide Academic Senate 2 weeks ago. In addition to reviewing resolutions that will be introduced at the fall plenary in early November, there was much talk with regard to how colleges are coping with the impact of the pandemic. While many of us are dealing with similar scenarios, I was so very proud of how much farther ahead and in charge Long Beach City College was by comparison. The collaboration of all campus constituencies has been powerful and productive. We have met challenges head on, creatively solved problems, encouraged out-of-the-box thinking, and for that we have set an example to colleagues throughout Southern California. Our cultural curriculum audit continues to be in the spotlight. This morning on Chancellor Oakley's webcast, Dr. Scott was joined by 2 faculty leaders who shared what we are doing and how we are raising success rates through our focused curriculum efforts. Special thanks to Dr. Wendy Koenig and Dr. Jerome Hunt for sharing their expertise with over 100 folks who zoomed in. That is an audience. Congratulations to Dr. Matt Lawrence and the Student Equity Committee for a robust Hispanic Latinx Heritage Month. A wide variety of panels and presentations for students, faculty, and staff were featured. Events such as these are labor-intensive when held on campus. Having to hold them virtually provided an opportunity to make them available to an even wider and more appreciative audience. I would also like to acknowledge Dr. Mike Munoz, Vice President of Student Services, on his ongoing commitment to support these important cultural celebrations for everyone on campus. As you are aware, the California State University system has a new ethnic studies graduation requirement. The Academic Senate has been watching this legislation make its way through the system in Sacramento. Once we received documentation that outlined expectations for these classes, the Curriculum Committee, under the great leadership of Dr. Wendy Koenig, was ready to hit the ground. She is working closely with interested faculty who are writing new courses or updating current courses to reflect articulation components. Wendy and I were pleased to have the opportunity to meet with Trustee Intook, Vice President of Academic Affairs, Dr. Kathy Scott, and Superintendent President Luann Bynum earlier this week to let all of them know how close we are to making ethnic studies classes a reality at Long Beach City College. When the board presents their resolution, later in the meeting, Wendy or I will be happy to answer any questions you might have. I want to thank Jackie Hahn for her efforts behind the scene to get the new faculty video on tonight's agenda. We really appreciate you, Jackie. You always are so helpful and willing to accommodate us. Thank you so very much. And to the students, Cesar and your team, like Dr. Baxter, I too came up through the ranks through student affairs. Fond memories of the students I work with. I'm still in touch with them. As I said just this week, a former student body president that I had worked with called me, now a faculty member at Central Florida Community College. He's their debate coach, but he's more interested in finding out about what his colleagues at Long Beach City College are doing with regard to our cultural curriculum audit. So it was really great to hear from him. And trust me when I say, the lessons you learn, the things you will grow both professionally and personally through your participation in ASB will serve you all of your life. Congratulations to all the student leaders. I'm excited for you. Thank you. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Jerry. We'll move on to item 2.11 on the agenda, the classified Senate President with Cece.
Hi, I'm Cece Sadler. Good evening. The Classified Senate represents classified professionals at LBCC with regard to governance and decision-making and on matters that are not related to collective bargaining and contracts. For the public, classified means staff members as opposed to faculty or managers. We have one retirement this month. A custodian since 2006, Larry Campbell, is retiring. I asked around for comments about Larry and was told, Larry always wears a smile. I was so proud of all the ASB cabinet members here tonight, as well as our student trustee. I was on cabinet as a student, and as Trustee Baxter said, it's a great experience. I greatly admire your dedication to your fellow students during this time, I really do. As usual, I'd like to talk about our Classified Senate Community and Connection events. We have Hello Mondays. This month we had Positive Impact Share, hosted by Sunday Dominguez, Math Lab Coordinator and Classified Senate Vice President. So people shared about someone who's made a positive impact on their lives. We had Share Your Favorite Fall Recipe, again hosted by Sunday. We had Trivia, hosted by Mickey Motley, Academic Scheduling Analyst and Academic Services. And my favorite is Open Session, is start your week off and just by saying hello and chat and just talk about whatever you want to talk about. This week was I Wish I Knew Sign Language, hosted by Stephanie Benales, who's the coordinator of interpreter services of DSPS and a classified Senate senator. Our Tech Tuesdays are hosted by my IITS colleagues, Jonathan Tejada, Help Desk Support Specialist, and Laura Rantala, Student Technology Help Desk Manager. And most of this month's Tech Tuesdays were around centered around Microsoft OneDrive and Office 365, but also they had a session on introduction to Adobe Sign, which is long overdue, and it allows colleagues to digitally sign documents. And then Wellness Wednesdays. Wellness Wednesdays, yoga at your desk by Sunday. And we had a thing on the Viking Fit Club hosted by Student Activities ASB advisor Derek O'Ree. The Viking Fit Club is a program for all students and everyone on all colleagues to get rewarded for fitness trainings. Last week was meditative drawing for beginners, which I did. And then today was another session by LAR instructor Gracia Iniguez called Let's Talk About Money, which is strategies for basic money management. And in general, we're looking forward to continuing work on the framework for conciliation, the equity and inclusion efforts. In about a week or a little longer, we will have our own listening session, starting off the framework for reconciliation, facilitated by CCEJ. So we're looking forward to that. And now I need to talk about the passing of two dedicated and very special classified professionals. Elizabeth Kanata. Elizabeth was a switchboard operator in the days when we still had a human being answering the phone. She loved working at LBCC. She took great pride in her work to inform callers and students about the college. She fought cancer 3 times before the age of 44, but she never stopped fighting because of her love for her 2 young sons. And Barbara Lemley. Barbara started at LBCC about 20 years ago as a senior office assistant in Upward Bound English and faculty professional development. She retired in 2018. Jerry's nodding her head because she did work so hard for faculty professional development. She loved working on the Upward Bound program, which, if you don't know, is a federally funded program that prepares low-income high school students from the area as they transition into becoming LBCC students. It supports the LBUSD students as well as their parents. They have many wonderful activities that Barbara loved to plan. Barbara was committed to this institution and to her work. She was dignified and serious, but also loved to talk and laugh with colleagues. She had an unerring sense of justice and fought for her classified colleagues when she ever felt that there was an injustice or any difficulty that was happening. She was an advocate for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cece, for those very heartfelt remarks. We're going to move on to item 2.12 on the agenda, the LBCC FA Bargaining President Report. Do we have Diana?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, everybody.
I like your virtual background, Diana.
Yeah, I had to change, so I'm giving my shout out to, to the Dodger blue. I usually have the vote background, but I had to acknowledge what they did last night. So I'm an LA gal, so I got to support my team. So shout out to them, the Dodger blue. After 32 years, I'd love to say I wasn't alive the last time they went to the World Series, but I was. So I also would like to say welcome and congratulations to those ASB cabinet members, student cabinet members that are here, as well as to Dr. Scott, Dr. Koning, and Dr. Hunt for their presentation, their excellent presentation today. I was one of the 1,200 that was viewing their presentation at the Chancellor's office. So first, I'd just like to tell you that FA has been working with the faculty that are in their 1st to 4th year, the probationary faculty here at the college. These are the faculty going through the tenure process, and we've been assisting them we've been meeting with them and assisting them with any questions or support that we can offer them as they go through this stressful process. And I know it seems that we just settled negotiations, but in spring, we will sit down with the district to, from the FA side, reopen with 1 financial item and 2 non-financial items. So presently, we're surveying our members to see what their priorities are. So with that, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Diana. Item 2.13 on the agenda, AFT Bargaining President Report. I do see Robert there.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam President Malauulu and esteemed board members. It's always great to talk to you, and I have a brief report. I want to first say I hope everyone gets out and votes. Your vote really matters. It's really important to the community and to the college if you all take part in this very important event. Next, I wanted to cover some of the people working on campus. I wanted to shout out to the ones doing the screening booths on campus. These people are putting out first line classified that are out there making sure our students can come on campus and get to classes. It's vital for these people to be there, and it really helps out the campus and our students. And I wanted to thank those people for doing that job. Also, I'm kind of hoping to have better news next month. I know that Jean Duran's team is working hard to wrap up the classification study that's been going on for several years. I believe it's going to get up to the management team very shortly, and we should have positive news next month. So maybe we can finally put that study to rest and move forward with the end of the year, which would be outstanding in our point of view. And like I said, thank you so much for your time and everything you do for the college. And Caesar and your crew, you're doing a great job. I'm looking forward to a positive year with you. Thank you.
I think he just named a future band of yours, Caesar and the crew. Thank you very much, Robert. Item 2.14, is Curtis with us? Or Jackie, did he submit a report for Chai, the bargaining, the certificate hourly?
No, he did not submit a report.
All right, thank you. And now we'll move on to item 2.15 on the agenda, reordering. Are there any requests from my colleagues on the board to reorder the agenda? Hearing none, we will move on to section 3 of the agenda, and we'll begin with 3.1, our superintendent president report.
Thank you, President Malauulu, and good evening, everybody. It's hard to imagine that we're really halfway through the semester. I don't know where it's flying, but it is flying. But over the past 7 months, our faculty and staff continue to be so dedicated and looking for ways to be able to innovate how we can reach out to students and be able to serve them. And we just should be very, very proud of the work that they're doing. A lot has taken place since the September board meeting. Let me just share a few things with you. I know that Cece mentioned the retirement of Larry Campbell, and I never had the pleasure of meeting Larry, but we all do thank him for the work that he's done for so many years. I understand that he started in 2006, and he's been one of our primary custodians, and we hope that Larry has a wonderful time and a wonderful retirement, whatever that new chapter looks like. We were thrilled to be notified on October 1st that the college received what's called the Seal of Excellencia from Excellencia in Education out of Washington, D.C. They're a policy research institute that looks at improving Latino success all across the country. With this recognition, LBCC became part of the second cohort in the country that received this designation. There are now 14 colleges and universities. This year, 5 higher education institutions were awarded. Long Beach City College was the only community college on this list and the only community college in California to receive this award. The other awardees were California State University, Sacramento, University of Texas at Austin, University of Texas at San Antonio, and University of Illinois at Chicago. Excellencia does a wonderful job of encouraging schools to be better and much more intentional in serving Latinx students, and in fact, all students, with the kind of work that they're doing. They are an authority in the field. Their framework is structured around data, practice, and leadership, and the elements they look for to make a decision about a seal of Excellencia is enrollment, retention, transfer rate, financial support, representation of Latinos on staff and faculty, and degree completion. They cited Long Beach City College for clear articulation of an intentional focus on advancing Latino student success by the alignment of our data and our practices, and a dedication to continuing to transform these experiences for our students, so students, Latino students, and all of our students can thrive. So we're really thrilled. I know we're all proud of our faculty and staff, and proud that Long Beach has been recognized as one of the best colleges in the country for this. And it's because of the work of our faculty and staff and the things that they do, whether it's programmatic, whether it's in teaching, whether it's providing services. Those are the things that make a difference for whether or not our students are succeeding. I'm proud that this month we were able to celebrate Latinx Heritage Month. I hope everybody had a chance to view the 2020 Latinx Heritage Month video. Gave us an opportunity to hear from our students, our leadership, our faculty and staff, and the importance of celebrating this month. I would like to remind the campus that they can take a look at the Latinx Student Resource Guide on the website, lbcc.edu/Latinx. I think it's a very good resource guide for our students as well as for the staff and faculty in working with our students. We had some great virtual presentations and events that included a Viking Vault virtual cooking demo, Latinx Transfer Student Panel, commemorating the Chicano Moratorium, honoring the power of youth activism, Latinx Heritage Virtual Resource Fair, Loteria and Chill, and of course, a Civic Engagement 101 class for our students. Lots of work went into it, and I do recognize the work that Dr. Munoz and his team and a lot of the faculty and staff put on. As part of the month, our Student Civic and Voter Empowerment Act activities are also taking place. I was honored to participate in a live virtual event led by our ASB president, Cesar Fierro, and he did a magnificent job of emceeing this with Senator Lena Gonzalez. Very, very good, very professional. He had to field questions from people, and he was a real pro. You'd think that he had a broadcasting degree himself to be able to handle something like that. Anyways, he made us proud, and it was wonderful having Senator Gonzalez here to be able to do that. And speaking of voting, we have 2 vote centers, one on the LAC campus and PCC. The vote centers will be open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. At LAC, it's T1200. At PCC, it's in building QQ. County officials indicated that we will have in-person voting. We will be adhering to state and county guidelines for safety and practices because of COVID. And we'll be sanitizing, and they'll be sanitizing surfaces, ballots, and all the equipment after use. But voters can fill out also their ballots and drop them off at those sites if they want to do that. Just a quick update on enrollment. We are down about 4%, but we continue to share the message with our students and our campus community that it's not too late to sign up for classes. Late classes for the fall are starting, and there'll be a variety of subjects, and you can go to the website and get that information. This is also a reminder to the adults in the community. This is a chance to get online, and if you're looking to take a class, this is a great opportunity to do it. We've learned a lot in the last 2 semesters about teaching online, and I think you'll find that it can be a very pleasant experience, not to mention that you can continue your education. I wanted to also give you an update on our CARES Act money. I want people to know that as a reminder, we received about $7.3 million from CARES Act fund. This is from federal stimulus funding. We've spent about $6.3 million, and we have a little over $1 million left. We're reserving about $330,000 for the fall for basic needs and emergency for students, and also $1 million is going to be held for the spring, but we're very happy to have that money. Of course, it's never enough, and we're hoping that another stimulus package someday will be passed and we can take advantage of that. But we've been providing direct aid to our students anywhere from $250 to $500 per student, food through grocery cards and grocery bags, transportation with Long Beach Transit Pass, technology, Chromebooks and Wi-Fi spots, and mental health support. And of course, that's not enough either. It's been very, very difficult. The digital divide is just standing front and center. You can see where students are having problems. We have a couple of areas in Long Beach that have no internet infrastructure at all, which is amazing. And we're going to try to see if we can work with the city somehow. And I think the city is working on this initiative too, to make sure that everybody has access to internet service. Emergency aid, just some numbers for you to know how many students have taken advantage of this. In the spring, we had about 3,600 students apply for emergency aid. In the summer, it was about 1,500. And we're at about 5,400 right now for the fall. So you can see that there's a tremendous need out there and students are taking advantage of it. A lot of students have filled out the emergency basic needs application and we're really happy about that. I just wanted to inform the board also that I was invited to join the advisory board for what's called LAP3. It's the Cal State Universities, the 5 universities that are in LA County. It's a program reconnecting to Los Angeles youth. It's an initiative of the CSUs. It's federally funded. It started in 2015. And the LA region is one of 9 communities across the country that got funded. I haven't been to a meeting yet, but I'll have more information to share about that as well. Let me see, what do we have here? Oh, our Labor Center. We did have a wonderful virtual opening for our Labor Center on September 24th. Our own President Malauulu did a wonderful job of emceeing the event for us on the Pacific Coast campus. The grand opening was shared on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. And we had a short history. It was really a wonderful, I thought, a very wonderful video, excuse me, about the history of labor in general and labor in Long Beach. And we were really privileged to have labor activist Dolores Huerta here to say a few words. So that was very interesting. We'll be hosting a number of monthly events in the Labor Center for students, bringing in speakers. Hopefully we're going to be setting up internships and opportunities to learn more about labor in general. On October 9th, the college gave away 100 more Chromebooks, 50 more hotspots to students, thanks to a $25,000 donation through the foundation, anonymous donation. Excuse me. But the pandemic, as I mentioned, has revealed a digital divide. If it weren't for the donors that we have in the foundation and people in our community, we wouldn't be able to do this. So let your friends know in the community, remind them that there's a need, and hopefully we'll keep those donations coming. I also want to thank the Long Beach Rotary. They had a club food drive on October 24th. Food donations were collected and handed out at both Long Beach City College and Cal State Long Beach. And those items will be given to students that are food insecure. And we will let you know when that will happen. I had mentioned earlier the city's digital inclusion initiative. This is a valuable opportunity, I think, for people in the community. The Digital Inclusion Resources Hotline has navigators, what they call navigators by phone, to help Long Beach residents find information about local low-cost internet services, computers, and free digital literacy training classes. Assistance and language interpretation services are also available. To speak to a navigator, Long Beach residents can contact, it's called Digital Line Inclusion, at longbeach.gov. We'll make that available so it's a little easier for people to get a hold of it. Cece mentioned the Virtual Professional Development Day. I was able to listen to the keynote speaker for about half the time. I wish I could have done more, but I thought he was very, very good. And I thought HR, our Human Resources Department, and Classified Senate and staff did a wonderful job of putting on a really, really good day. I've heard nothing but really good comments. And I also would be negligent if I didn't mention the service awards that we have at the college. We had people that in total represent 2,510 years of service to Long Beach City College. It's pretty amazing when you think about it. You know, it shows the many years of dedicated work and passion that people have for the college, that they stay here so long. And I'm really proud to be back and working with all of them. You know, whether it's somebody teaching, people maintaining our classrooms, our grounds, doing administrative work, everybody is critically important from the top down. And there's 4 people that I want to mention because they've been here for 40 years. Now think about that. One of them is our own Academic Senate President, Miss Jerry Florence. Another one is the president of our faculty union, Diana Ogamachi, 40 years, can you believe that? Jane Baker has been here for 40 years, Sandy Rice, and also Douglas Daniels. But congratulations to all of you, and thank you for caring so much and loving our college so much. I just also wanted to mention that I too saw the cultural curriculum audit this morning, the webinar. So proud of Dr. Scott and Wendy Koenig and Jerome Hunter for putting that information out and doing such a wonderful professional job. It just is another example of how Long Beach, I think, is leading the way. And I'll close by saying a number of you have said it, get out and vote. Our democracy depends on it, and I hope CESAR and the ASB and all of the students are encouraging their fellow students to do the same. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Superintendent President Bynum, for, as usual, a very detailed and comprehensive report.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Trustee Untuck.
Hey, thank you. Thanks for the great report. I know the board voted and we have the resolutions in support of Prop 15 and Prop 16.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us about what you've done to let folks on campus know about the policy position of support for Prop 15 and 16 in this election?
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you, Trustee or Vice President Intuck. We had, the resolution, of course, came out. The resolution was put on our website and in social media. We also mailed the resolution to our local, state, and federal elected officials. We wanted them to know that our board had taken a position on these things. We thought it was important, even though they may not have anything to do with it, but it is critically important for our state officials to know that the college is in support of this. And we also have a firm that works with us in Sacramento that they meet our legislators as well and get information out about the positions that the college board has taken on these 2 positions. I've been tracking them, as you have probably. I'm not sure how they're going to go. I was a little disappointed to hear the other day that there was some concern about Proposition 16, but you may have some more information about that I haven't heard about. But we've done everything we can to let people know that our position at the college is important for the reasons that are in our resolution. We think affirmative action is important, and we think there's been some losses and some slipping back because we haven't had that. And it'll be interesting to see what happens with Proposition 15. The college will depend on some money coming from Proposition 15, so we're keeping our fingers crossed about that.
That's great. Yeah, I have seen polling information that they're both ahead. One thing that this is unique, state ballot measures are one of the few things we can support as an institution or even oppose. We could have voted to say vote no on it.
Yes.
And it's great that we let our delegation at the state level know. But sometimes I see us send communications via email to all students or all staff, and I didn't see anything about the benefits of Prop 15, the extra $9 million a year, the benefits to the school district, to the city of extra revenue. Is there a way for us to communicate that with our stakeholders, our students, our employees, or even the community? Will we be able to put it on our website maybe?
Well, we did have the resolutions and the positions on the website, and we put it out on social media. The social media, Josh I don't think is here, and I'm not quite sure, but there's 100,000 or more in social media that information gets out to. The other thing that you should probably know is we're looking at working with a firm that can come in and we had this before when I was here as an executive vice president, but working with a firm that when we do take positions like this, or we have information, whether it's awards for the college, honors for the faculty, the students, whatever it is, we can put it out on this particular media platform, and it goes literally all over the country. And it's picked up because they've got a huge database. So we haven't contracted with them yet, but we're going to, and I think that will help to be able to spread information about the college in general and the board and what work the board is doing, as well as faculty and staff. This will come to you as a contract probably in the future, and I can talk some more about it then.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I just co-authored an op-ed in support of Prop 15 with Trustee Linda Waugh from Pasadena that we've had published. Yeah, Linda and I work together really well statewide, and but I can share that. That might be something else we could share with the message. I mean, we only have about a week, I guess, until Election Day. That it'd be nice to remind folks the policy position of the institution.
Okay, we'll take a look at what we can do, and you know, within appropriate guidelines when we contact students and faculty about that. But you know, I think probably most people know what the position is at the college, but maybe not so many students.
Thank you. Anything else from any other colleague on the board? Thank you very much for that, Luann. I'd like to move to section 4 of the agenda. We do have a presentation, 4.1. This is the annual report on campus crime, and I'd like to defer to Vice President Marlene Drinkwine, who will introduce Officer Kevin Stinson. And I know that there are a lot of people looking forward to this particular presentation this evening.
Thank you, President Malauulu. I would like to introduce Officer Kevin Stinson, who has been serving the district in a leadership capacity during the vacancy of the lieutenant position with the Long Beach Police Department. This is an annual presentation of campus crime. And with that, I will turn it over to Officer Stinson.
Well, thank you very much. This is Officer Stinson, Long Beach Police Department Campus Police Section. Unfortunately, we don't have our camera system set up so that you can see me or the lieutenant that's with me, but thank you for having us. I have with me Lieutenant Baum, B-A-U-M. He's with the Long Beach Police Department, and he would like to address the board.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Paul Baum. I'm a lieutenant, like Kevin said. I'm currently assigned to the airport section, but I think, as you all know, Lieutenant Martinez recently retired. So I'm going to be presenting tonight. My boss wanted to do it, but he had a family emergency. So normally you would hear it from Commander Prieto, but tonight Kevin's going to help me out with this. So I'll go through this, and then at the end, if you have any questions, Kevin and I will do our best to answer it. And if we can't answer them tonight, we'll make sure that we research the questions and we get you an answer. But basically, so what we have, this first slide, what it's showing you is the Federal Clery Act. What that requires is that colleges of higher education, or basically all colleges, have to comply with certain safety and security requirements to receive financial aid. And what that means is we have to report certain crimes. Those crimes are mostly violent crimes aimed toward sexual assault cases like domestic violence, dating relationships, that type of thing. And the key on this is we keep track of that. We have to report that, but it's basically all crimes that are reported to us. It's not necessarily after convictions or what's held up in court, but it's just what is reported. If somebody calls us to report a crime, that's what we're giving our stats as. So go ahead, next slide, please. What are our goals at the Long Beach City College, the police section? Basically, it's those 4 bullet points. We want to protect life and property, serve the Long Beach City College community. In that third one, serve as law enforcement ambassadors. The main thing is our goal is to stop crime before it happens and prevent crime. We don't want to be reactive to it. So what helps is we have guys out here. We have 4 sworn police officers plus SSOs they're familiar with the students, the faculty, they see their faces. We develop a pretty good rapport, hopefully. And that way they can come to us and we can prevent the crimes before they happen. Next slide. Here's some pictures of some campus engagement that we've had throughout the year. A lot of it, like we'll have the ice cream social, the Great American Shakeout. That's what a lot of these pictures are from. Like we'll have our motor officers come out where students can come out. They can look at the motorcycles, even get on the motorcycles, meet our canines, our dogs. You know, we've had our helicopter land out here before so that students can see that. And the whole goal is just, again, to kind of get that relationship and build a bond so that everybody feels safe and comfortable approaching us to prevent crime. Next slide. Again, this is just to prevent crimes. The biggest crime we have out here, I think, is bike thefts. So it's all education. We come out and we try to put signs up like how to properly lock up and secure a bicycle. You'll see in that top left photo that U-lock, education on how to lock the bike, secure it to the bike rack by the frame. You'd be surprised how many people just do it by the front tire, you know, especially some of these bikes have a quick release where somebody can come up and steal a bike within seconds because it's not locked properly. The other thing is just education on kind of deterrence as far as making sure everybody knows there's closed circuit television around here, everything's on camera, things like that. Next slide. We've conducted a few training exercises. I know in 2019 what this picture is, I used to be the SWAT lieutenant, and what we did, we had a pretty big training exercise where we partnered with fire department, and a lot of the students, we had volunteers to be role players, and we practiced an active shooter scenario, which not just the initial, you know, for police, it's pretty much, if we have an active shooter, we're gonna go to the sound of gunfire and try to stop that threat. But then what happens after that? So what we did was fire department in the old days is they would wait until the suspect is completely taken into custody before they come out and start rescuing victims and treating victims. Well, they realize they can't do that, but also they're not armed and they don't have the protection, so they need to work with the police. So what we did was normally you'd have an engine company, 4 firefighters assigned with 2 police officers, and we'll start going out looking for victims and treating the victims. And during the exercise, like what these photos are showing is in the downtime between different scenarios, we would work with the students who were doing role players and just kind of give them some basic training and again, work with the relationship building and what to do in case of emergencies. Next slide. This slide's kind of showing just again our collaborative working relationship we have with student services. The PD or the City College Police, we will assist if there's an incident with issuing summary suspensions, enforcing the student code of conduct. On that bottom bullet point, you see, I guess in 2019, there were 18 students referred for conduct that year. Next slide. And I apologize. I know I'm kind of going through it fast, but I'm trying to get through this and at the end, that way you guys can ask questions. This is the behavioral intervention team. What we tried to do is model this on the police department. We have what we call the MET team, the mental evaluation team. If we have, let's say, a problem student or an issue or an incident, we try to work, again, collaboratively with the rest of the college. There's members from different parts of the college, you know, the president's involved, the associate vice president, and then everybody meets to try to figure out the best way to solve the problem rather than just be strictly enforcement. You know, we want to solve the long-term problem. Next slide. Okay, now we're getting into the actual crime stats. So for 2019, this first slide, what it's showing is, this one is for the liberal arts campus. What this crime stat is showing is it's anytime we take what we call in the police department a DR or department record or report, anytime that is filed, or we take any type of paper or report on it, that constitutes a crime for us. So in 2019, we had 156 reports taken. And you'll see compared to 2018, that's up about 6%. Now, I'll tell you nationwide, with just the way the crime was increasing, that's pretty much on par with the increase in crime nationally. Go to the next slide. All right, so here we have the PCC campus. In 2019, we've had 96 DRs were taken. In 2018, there was only 40. I know that 140% increase, that looks extremely alarming. I will tell you that 40 in 2018, that was a 50% decrease from 2017. I don't know what happened that year, but that was a huge anomaly. So that's a little bit why that 2019 number is skewed. But other than that, I don't know specific incidents or why it was increased that much, but that is a large increase. So then the next slide. What this one is this is again the same crime stats, but it's the total of the two campuses. So if you add those two campuses together, it comes out to a 35% increase. Next slide. All right, calls for service. So what this is anytime a police officer or a security officer is called to anything, you know, if we get called for a student, you know, assisting with a, let's say a locked vehicle or a faculty with a locked classroom, if we go out for an investigation, like an officer initiated investigation, anytime we do anything, it's logged into our CAD system and that constitutes a call. So you'll see in 2019, we had roughly about 4,000 calls. And as you can see, that's a 10% decrease from the prior year. Next slide. And now we're getting into the actual crime trends of what type of crimes we've had. So auto thefts, 2019, we had 3. That's down, you can see from 2018 where there was 9. So there's a significant decrease there. And then burglary, again, that was a decrease. We only had 1. I don't know, I could look it up, but I don't know exactly what that burglary was, but normally it would be like some type of theft from a locked classroom. And then that middle column of thefts, that's 52, that's up 10. And that could be, usually it's going to be bicycle thefts and things like that. That's the majority of the crimes on campus. Next slide. And then for our violent crimes at both campuses, we had 1 robbery in 2019, and I believe that one was of a cell phone. And we had 3 sexual offenses. Now, the sexual offenses, they're serious, but they weren't rapes. They were more of like a groping incidents. And I believe 2 of the 3 was from the same suspect. So go ahead from the next slide. And then the type of arrests or citations that we've had, we had 3 misdemeanor citations. And then we had basically 2 for drugs or paraphernalia was 1, and then methamphetamine was another one. You'll see there was 52 crime reports taken and then 45 accidents, vehicle accidents. And then next slide. And then what this slide is showing, so it's California Assembly Bill 953. What that is in 2015, the law required that all law enforcement agencies basically keep data of everybody we stop. So anytime we do any type of detention, it's mandated that we need to report that to the Attorney General of perceived race. So it's the date, the time of the stop, the reason of the detention, things like that. But the important thing to see on there, it's perceived race. So it's not necessarily the actual race of the person we're stopping, but whatever the officer thought the race of the person we were stopping, that's what we need to report. And that could be part of the reason why there was less officer initiated activity, is just because of that reporting piece of it. Next slide. So that's basically it. Now we'll answer any questions that you guys might have.
Thank you, Officer Stinson. Do any of my colleagues on the board have any questions or comments?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, student trustee, please.
Thank you so much for the presentation. A question that I do have, I noticed that at the end of the presentation, we covered the racial profiling. Do we have statistics out of the incidents that have been reported at LBCC? Do we have stats showing how many people of people of color that were reported? I just want to know if we have the stats on that.
We do not. Maybe I'm confused on the question. Are you talking about the people that are actually reporting the crimes, or of suspects?
Yes, I'll clarify my question. So I noticed at the end of the presentation, there was a mention of reporting the perceived race of the suspect. I just want to know if we have those stats with us for all the LBCC reports. If we have the numbers of how many people of color were reported.
I don't have that this time. We're required to give that to the Attorney General, and we don't keep that here at the college.
Good question, Jenna. Any other questions from my colleagues on the board?
I have a question.
Trustee Ntug?
Yeah, thanks. Can you tell me who was presenting again?
My name is Paul Baum. I'm a lieutenant, and I'm currently assigned to the airport.
You're assigned to the airport?
Yeah, so we're trying to fill the Lieutenant Martinez's position. We're in the process of doing that for the city college. It's vacant right now, so we're trying to get that filled right
Can
now.
you spell your last name again? I couldn't hear it.
Sorry, B is in baby, A-U-M is in Mary.
Oh, Baum?
Yeah.
And Paul's the first name?
Yes, sir.
When did you get assigned?
So I'm not assigned out here. I'm just filling in. Officer Stinson is kind of the actor right now.
When did you start filling in?
Right when Omar left, Lieutenant Martinez left. So approximately 4 weeks ago.
Oh, we never got notice that Lieutenant Martinez had left. He left 4 weeks ago in September or October?
Actually, it was in August.
Now I'm being told it was the end of August. Probably the end of August, early September. It was a really sporadic. We literally found out one day prior to when he retired.
Oh, did he get transferred to somewhere else in Long Beach PD?
No, he retired. He retired from the police department. He had his time on the department, and he's of age, so he just retired.
Really? He's over 55? I didn't think he was 55.
Well, for the police department, it's 50. I'm not sure.
Oh, sorry. I'm thinking of fire department. It's 55. So he's not with Long Beach PD at all anymore?
No, he is not.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Sorry, I assumed you guys knew. I apologize.
No, yeah, we didn't know. We hadn't got much communications from the police department. We've been trying to engage with them, and even former, what's his name, Commander Jeff Lieberman has not really communicated with us either. We've been trying to get a hold of you guys.
So you're new. I can spell it for you, but I can give you Commander Lieberman's replacement. It's Commander Prieto.
Oh, Commander Lieberman's not in the position anymore either?
No, he was transferred, sir.
Who's the new person? How do you spell their name?
Prieto.
And he's a commander now over the lieutenant for this vacant position?
Yes, sir.
When did Lieberman get transferred?
I believe in January.
Of this year? Before the pandemic?
Yes, sir.
Wow. How come he didn't hear about this for 10 months, almost 11 months?
I don't know, sir.
All right. Well, our safety and security is of paramount importance to our faculty, staff, and students. And we have a contract with Long Beach PD to provide security services. And it sure would be nice to know with all these transfers and retirements that we would be notified. And, we as the board members are independently elected to represent the community, and we provide community oversight. And it's, especially in these times, in the pandemic, it's important for us to know what's happening with our security and who's actually in charge. I'm kind of disappointed to find out all these changes that we didn't know about. Can you, back to your report, can you tell us, there were some changes to the chokehold protocol by Chief Luna. Can you tell us how that was communicated to you and to the officers on campus?
Okay, well, just for the record, we never had, a chokehold was never approved in our policy. We had a carotid restraint, and that is no longer, there was a special bulletin sent out. I believe, I don't remember when it was, but it was earlier in the year that this special order ordered everyone, basically banned the carotid restraint. So we no longer use that.
What's the difference of a carotid restraint versus a chokehold? I'm not a police officer.
The carotid restraint basically blocks blood flow from the carotid artery.
Is that the one in your neck?
Yes. Or the side of your neck.
And was there any other guidance besides a bulletin about not using the carotid neck restraint?
Maybe I'm confused with the question. It was a special order that everybody had to acknowledge that they received. So everybody basically signed for it, saying that they realized that it's no longer used. But we have verification that everybody was given that information.
I was unaware that there was a signatory requirement. You just said there was a bulletin. Usually I think of government, a bulletin's like something you post on the wall on a bulletin board. But there was actually an order and a signing requirement. That's what you're saying?
Well, when I say a signing, so it's all online. So you log on using your account, and then you click something that you acknowledge that you received it.
So all the officers who provide security at Long Beach City College have signed this special order form?
Correct, sir.
But you don't know when that was done?
I don't know the exact date, no.
Can you tell us in the last 3 years, how many convictions we've gotten from our different crimes that were shared with us tonight?
I don't have that information now.
The Clery Act doesn't require you to provide that level of information?
No, that's only reporting. It doesn't, it specifically says that it's not based on convictions.
And then how about violent crime? I didn't see you cover violent crime in there. Was there any violent crime that happened on campus in the last 3 years?
Can we go back to that slide? I think it was slide 14, maybe. So violent crime, those are the two categories. Those are the only crimes that we have that would fit the violent crime, robbery and the sexual offenses.
So the yellow bar is the 2019 increase of 3, but it's, well, I guess it is 3 times the size of the orange bar of 1.
It's the total number of times 3. It's not 3 times.
Well, if you go from 1 times 3, that's 3 times the rate. So I see 1 in 2018 and 3 in 2019. Right? Is that 3 times the rate? I just want to make sure, what magnitude of violent crimes are we talking about? And I think it's horrendous if we have any sexual offenses, and to see that we have 3 is, disappointing, but it is single digit. And I don't know how this compares to other community colleges in the area or the city, but we've had a lot of discussion about violent crime, and just it's good to see what the numbers there are: 1, 2, and 3 in 2 different categories. Well, thanks for the information. That's all the questions I had for you guys. Appreciate the presentation and helping keep us in the community informed.
Thank you, sir.
President Malulu?
Yes, I saw, and I apologize because I could only see the limits of what's on my screen, but I did see Trustee Otto's hand first.
Okay.
Baxter, if your hand was up first, then you two can, thumb wrestle it out on Zoom.
Officer Baum, I appreciate that you're brand new at this, and somebody hands you 20 slides and says, go talk to them. But there's a couple of things that I want to know whether you know anything more about. I'm particularly interested in the PCC campus. And there's something that really leaped out at me, and that was the crime stats showed that in 2018, there were 187 incidents, if you will. But then in 2019, it was 252, and that seemed like a lot to me. But it especially seemed like a lot to me, and maybe you can't answer this question, but because in 2018, there were at PCC 4,290 calls for service. It dropped by 400 in 2019 to 3,995. So you got a significant number of drops in calls for service, but a way more significant number of incidents. And do you have any sense of what that means? Do you have any sense of what those incidents were?
Oh, yeah. Hello, Trustee Otto. This is Officer Stinson. I've been sitting alongside Lieutenant Baum. Being a campus police officer here, I looked at those numbers and I attribute it actually to the fact that we've been getting out the message that if you see something, hear something, say something. So people are more inclined to actually make reports to us, and that's what we want. And when you look at the number of calls for service decreasing, the student population was down, and I think that might have something to do with it also. We're still out there, high visibility, and making contact with those that come on campus legitimately and not. And the other increase on the numbers is at the PCC campus, you have the campus located between Chittick Field and Kings Park in what we call Beat 5 of the city, which is a higher crime area than just other parts of the city. So you have the campus right in the middle. So you have people coming on campus from both areas that we have to deal with. So I think that might account for some of the increase. And like I say, the student population being down might count for the decrease in calls for service, if that helps you out any.
And we don't know that for sure, but I know that some areas are higher crime areas than other ones. In fact, I've always wondered whether statistics were ever kept as to people that were on campus from the neighborhoods or using it as a pass-through or other things. I know that other cities like Portland and Boston have been very concerned because it created opportunities for unacceptable police conduct. I am not saying that there's any unacceptable police conduct here, but officers can say, "Hey, what are you doing here?" And if he's going from Chittick Field or that area across campus over to just a little bit north of Martin Luther King Park, we want to make sure that the community feels invited to our campuses. And so I wonder whether there's any policing strategies that go along with people in the neighborhoods being on campus or not being on campus. Officer Stinson, you probably would have a better sense of that since you've been assigned there.
Yeah, actually, good question. What our officers are told is that we are an open campus. So if somebody is coming to either campus, you have the LAC campus. A lot of people like to come through and they walk their dogs. There are campus rules that say no dogs on campus, or no bicycles or no skateboards. What we do is we understand that the students need to use skateboards to get to school. So long as they're not breaking the rules blatantly, we'll allow that. As far as the campus being open, as long as people are using it and they're not destroying district property or causing a problem, we don't have a problem with people actually using the campus to go from Chittick Field to King Park or back and forth. What happens when they're drawn to our attention is when they're vandalizing property or causing a disruption in the learning environment. And then we'll get a call or we'll see it ourselves and we'll take action. So yeah, we don't impede people from actually partaking in either campus, but just when they come to our attention for some type of problematic behavior, that's the way we approach it.
One of the things I hear you saying is that there's no policy of stopping to question people who are on campus who don't appear to be there for a education reason. You let them go.
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's okay. I know that that's a concern in other places, and I didn't think it existed in Long Beach. But I've still got a couple of questions about the Racial and Identity Profiling Act of 2015. And that is, so it passes in 2015. You guys start collecting data just about, not quite 2 years ago. And has any Long Beach data been turned over to the Attorney General's office as is supposed to be required, or is it, I mean, it's supposed to be reported according to your slide to the Attorney General's office in 2020, but has anything ever been reported? I appreciate that you said that you don't have any data available as to whether they've broken Long Beach out to report that kind of data. But I don't know whether Long Beach PD, if you know, has reported any data at all to the Attorney General's office since the Racial and Identity Profiling Act was passed in 2015.
Yeah, so we have. So it was passed in 2015, and what it was it said by 2019, January 1st of 2019 is when we had to start the reporting. So what we did is it gave us basically 4 years. It gave all agencies 4 years to come up with a program of how you're going to do that. The way we did it is we issued all of our officers a cell phone, and then they have a specific app for this assembly bill. And anytime they stop somebody, you go to this app, and it's a list of questions that gets automated on there. And then it was started to be reported of 2019, starting January. And that's the way we get it done, is by cell phone.
Got it. Yeah, you know, with everything that's been happening prior to and during this pandemic, including the stuff that happened back in Minnesota and other places, campuses are very sensitive to their relationships with the police and what goes on. And I've heard lots of questions about funding and people's seats at the table so that these things can be discussed. Is there anything that the Long Beach Police Department is doing to consider a more involving the Long Beach City College campuses in, meaning the students and the people that are there on the campuses, to participate in decision-making at the campuses? You know, is there anything underway to do that?
We have been doing that throughout the city with different groups. With this pandemic, I'll tell you, I mean, since this all started, we are extremely open to doing that. It's just the campus has been closed, so nothing has been done yet, but we're extremely open to it. We're trying to do it everywhere in the city.
Yeah, okay.
We're totally open to suggestions too.
Yeah, okay. I think that the student leadership and the administration. I think those talks are coming up because while there's a contract and there's been talk about the contract and doing modifying the contract to some extent to provide additional services or services that would be helpful. And by the way, I believe in the Long Beach Police Department being on campus. I think they perform a vital role in protecting the safety not only of the students but the faculty as well. I have had personal responsibility, or not responsibility, but information about instructors that are scared to death because they've got some nut guy or girl in their class that they're worried about, and they're getting escorts out to the parking lots to go home at night after teaching a night class or even during the day. And those escorts and that protection is highly valued, and we like that. We think that those are good things. I just want to make sure that it's going on an ongoing basis, and that we can identify the partnership that we have with the Long Beach Police Department going forward. And it's not just that we don't know who's on first, or that Lieutenant Omar Martinez left us and how that happened. So we're glad we're working with you. Thank you.
President Malauulu, may I say something if I might? One of the
Sure,
things.
and then I believe Trustee Baxter was.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'll defer to you, Luann, except that I'm going to be quick. First of all, Lieutenant Baum, thank you tonight. I realize, you were called in to give a report that, is not under your jurisdiction, and I appreciate that. And Officer Stimson, I know you, and you're doing a super job.
Well, thank you.
I want to say that I was aware that Lieutenant Lieberman left. If you said to me under oath, when did you find out? I don't remember, but I do know that I knew that he had left. And I was also know that Lieutenant Martinez retired. So I just want to acknowledge that somehow I knew these things. If other board members didn't know, I don't know, and don't ask me to tell you when I did know. So I think the police are doing a super job, and I appreciate it, and I defer to you, President Biden.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, and I won't take long. I know that Vice President Drinkwine has been talking also with the Long Beach Police about the contract and found out, and Maureen can speak more to this, but actually the Long Beach Police have found, they're working with a couple of vendors that can come in and help with organizations like an educational institution or the airport, not just regular policing in the community in general. And these vendors work and have suggestions about how to make the campus community, educational institutions more student-friendly, more faculty-friendly, looking at when you hire people, for example, the police that we have, that they have special training. I know that our current police here on campus have a separate class that they get because we are an educational institution. But I think that's something that we should pursue and take a look at, because I think it would be helpful for us, whomever, no matter who's here, providing security on the campus. And Marlene, did you want to say anything about that?
The two organizations that the Long Beach Police Department recommended were both independent from the Long Beach Police Department. That's important to note. One is through their USC program, and the other is through communitypolicing.org. So with Dr. Munoz's help, we're evaluating those two options to help get some guidance on best practices and how higher education can best interact with law enforcement and provide the safest community for students, staff, and faculty alike.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to comment on this presentation? Trustee Zia?
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
On the unmute button. I wanted to echo Trustee Baxter's comments. I believe our interim superintendent president did notify all of us about the retirement of Lieutenant Martinez. So we were all notified. That's just one thing I want to flag and punctuate for the record. So thank you, Luann. And I also want to thank Kevin, Officer Stinson, and our acting lieutenant, or I think it's Lieutenant Baum. It's really difficult to step in, and I really appreciate the numbers. I'm glad that we are maintaining safety on campus, and I think the presence has been great. I've never received a complaint. I don't know what problem we're trying to solve. I haven't received any concerns from students or faculty, absent and aside, that we need more security and support, and we need to have armed officers. So I just wanted to also say that, and then just thank you for providing the service you have been and making it student friendly. Appreciate all the work that you're doing.
Well, thank you, Trustee Zia.
Thank you, Officer Stinson and Lieutenant Baum. I have a couple of questions. I have a few questions, actually. So the first question that I'd like to ask, and I understand that we, and also I would like to echo my colleagues on the board. I was aware when Lieutenant Martinez retired, and Interim Superintendent President did call me to let me know, and I directed her to notify the rest of the board. So there was a communication that went out regarding Lieutenant Martinez. When Trustee Antuk was speaking, I thought that he may have misspoken about Lieutenant Martinez, and he may have just been referring to Commander Lieberman, which I actually did not find out through college communication. I actually found out running into him at a community event, and I was told that he was no longer on campus. So when Trustee Antuk was speaking, the first thing that came to my mind is maybe he meant about Commander Lieberman, but I don't know if that's what you meant, Trustee Antuk. But we were notified of Lieutenant Martinez's retiring, but if we were notified of Commander Lieberman changing posts, it certainly, wasn't on my radar, and I found out just being out and about. The couple of questions that I have, first of all, Lieutenant Baum, I understand that you just, I'd just like to know how you came about being the person to make this presentation, particularly because your beat is the airport. And I'm just curious, is it because of the proximity to the college that you were asked, or I'm curious to know why you were asked to make this presentation and not somebody like Officer Stinson or someone who is actually assigned to this particular post?
Sure, that's a good question. So we try to do it of a person of rank, ideally a lieutenant, or even better yet, a commander, like Commander Lieberman. Commander Prieto, his replacement, he had a family emergency, so he couldn't be here, but he wanted to introduce himself to the presentation himself. Now, the reason why I'm doing it is Commander Prieto, or formerly Commander Lieberman, the college falls under, we call it the Security Services Division. And then under that, we have three different sections. We have the City College Police section, we have the airport section, and then we have the Metro. So I am one of the other lieutenants who falls under Security Services. So that's the reason why I'm here.
Okay, fair enough. That makes sense, and it certainly clarified why you did the presentation for me. Thank you. Okay, so I'd like to ask two really specific questions, and I understand if you're not familiar enough with the report to be able to respond to them, if Officer Stinson needs to be the one to respond, or if maybe we need to have additional information come to the board through an email later. But I have two really specific questions. One, I'm concerned at the low number in 2018 and the high number in 2019. And if I were a member of the public who wasn't really connected to the district, I know what my knee-jerk reaction to that would be, seeing such high numbers in 2019 and seeing such low numbers in 2018. I'm just wondering if maybe there was faulty reporting or lack of reporting in 2018, or maybe, I don't know, I'm speculating and I hope I'm wrong, but maybe situations were swept under the rug, for lack of a better term. Maybe they were just in an attempt to make the campus appear more safe or less dangerous. And by the same token, maybe in 2019, there were more issues and situations reported in the same vein, is to give an appearance that there were issues on campus. And the reason why I ask that is because of the current political climate of our country and our city. And I just, I was on campus quite a bit in 2018, and I haven't been on campus. I was on campus quite a bit in 2019. I haven't been on campus lately because of the campus being closed, but I just don't recall hearing about all these different crimes or, the assaults. So I'm just wondering if there could be some investigation done as to the type of reporting that was done or the due diligence that was followed. Do we have access? Does the public have access to these reports? So that's one question. And before you respond to that, I just want to know if we have information about the ethnic background of the perpetrators in each of the crimes that were reported in 2018 and 2019. Do we have any data that shows, what was the ethnic racial background of the persons making the report, of the persons possibly being detained by one of our officers? Is that data available as well?
Okay, yeah, this is Officer Stinson. I'll take that question. As far as the reporting, what we do is we respond when we're called, and we don't do anything to try to increase or decrease the numbers. As far as we're concerned, the numbers are what they are. When I look at the increase, I notice it's at the Pacific Coast campus, and I know at one point in time last year, we were getting hit hard with bicycle thefts. And for some reason, individuals were coming on campus, posing as students and using bolt cutter devices to steal bicycles, kind of like they were shopping at Walmart. We did our best to increase patrols and institute safety procedures like the U-locks and that kind of thing. But like I say, we got the word out. If you see something, hear something, say something, and we do believe that that did take hold and people were calling us more to report instances. Now, to answer your question as far as are those crime stats available to the public, I'll have to get back to you on that. I know we have them, and I know every time we take a report, we get the person who called the report in, we get their name, address, and we do get their race as part of our reporting. And we also, if we can identify a suspect, if we can get a suspect description, we'll put that in the report also. So whatever the victim or witness tells us the suspect appeared to be or was, we'll put that in the report as well. So if you go through the reporting, you can see what race actually made the report and what race they identified the suspect as being. So I honestly do believe that 2019 was just a year where, like I say, you're at the Pacific Coast campus, there's a lot of activity in the neighborhood, and there just were a lot of incidents happening where people were coming on campus. And a lot of times with the new surveillance system, we were able to get some images of that. So we have a thorough reporting system that can actually be gone back and looked at and reviewed. But yeah, everything is pretty much what it is. And I think that's what the increase was, the fact that we got the word out, see something, hear something, say something, and that's what people did.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Two more questions. The report mentioned assault, but I didn't hear any specifics about the nature of the assault. Can you give us a couple of examples? Was it, just fist fighting? Was it, what type of assault?
Yeah, what happened was we had we had 3 sexual assault instances, and what happened in 2 of them, we believe he was a student. We have him on video. He was responsible for 2. What he would do is he would be seen on video looking at a female student, and then at some point he would run up and grab her either buttocks or breast area and then run away. It was like a quick fondle and then run off, and then we were able to capture this same perpetrator on video twice with 2 different female students. One was a cheerleader. He grabbed her buttocks and ran off, and another one was a student. He saw her, kind of looked at her, grabbed her buttocks, or I believe that's what it was, the same thing, and then he ran off. And the other one was we believe he might have been a student who talked to another student and was trying to make conversation with her. And at some point in time, he grabbed her, which she felt was inappropriately on her buttocks. And then she told him that she didn't want to have anything to do with him. And so he left her alone, and then she reported it to her parents, and they told her that she should report it to us. So all 3 instances were of a fondling occurrence, and those were they go down as a sexual assault, but that's what constituted those.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And the last question, how long before we get our permanent lieutenant assigned to the district? Do we have any idea where we are in the process for that?
No, I don't want to give you an unfair timeline. I do know we posted for, the way it works on the PD is we'll advertise the position. So any lieutenant who's off probation can apply for that position. So it's currently out for posting right now. And then it's just a matter of doing interviews and picking somebody. But I don't want to give you a time frame.
Okay, is there a certain time limit to how long the posting is up before, there's a deadline to apply?
Yeah, they're usually out for 14 days.
Okay, and when did the posting go up?
It went out a few weeks ago, but I don't know how many people put in or who put in.
Because I know Lieutenant Martinez retired several months ago. Is there a reason why there was such a delay in advertising the position?
Yeah, so what happened was immediately after he retired, they opened it up once, nobody applied for the position, and then they opened it up a second time just recently, and I don't know what the outcome of that was. See, we were extremely short-staffed for lieutenants. With COVID, we had a lot of vacancies for lieutenants due to retirements, so there weren't that many lieutenants. What they did is after we had more promotions, they opened it back up, hoping that we're going to get basically a bigger pool to choose from. So the first time they opened it up, there were so many vacancies nobody put in because of the sheer numbers. We didn't have enough lieutenants.
Okay, I appreciate that. I have heard that, I've heard on multiple occasions that LBCC is referred to as the country club within LBPD. So I'm curious as to why nobody has applied to be the lieutenant at the country club, quote unquote. So hopefully we'll have our permanent lieutenant soon. Thank you both, Officer Stinson and Lieutenant Baum. I appreciate the time and you fielding questions relatively unprepared for us. So thank you very much for that. Does anybody else have anything else before we move on the agenda?
Can I say one thing, President Malulu?
Yes, Trustee Antut?
Yeah, I just, want to respond and again, thank both of the officers for their time and presentation tonight. I've heard multiple false assertions that somehow talking about police contracts or talking about police means that we want to defund the police or eliminate the police or modify the police or make the campus unsafe. And that's completely false. I don't believe in making the campus unsafe, nor do I think Long Beach PD or officers are bad people or don't do a good job. And I also have heard that false assertion. Also, the assertion was made that some people are paying attention and others. And sometimes we have formal communications and sometimes we don't. But I got to tell you, I'm paying attention. And I've heard a lot of things, you know, and maybe I want to just ask the officers, they can clarify. Because I heard a rumor that there was an internal investigation into our former officers that are no longer with us. But I don't know if that's true or not. And if there's an internal investigation, would that be officially reported to our superintendent, the board, or the institution in some manner of way to explain to us these new vacancies that are there?
If you're asking me if that's why the vacancy is, it's not because of any investigation. Lieutenant.
No, I said if there were an internal investigation, would you let us know about it?
At some point you would know. I don't want to tell you when, at the outcome of it, yes. During the investigation, I honestly, I couldn't tell you at what point you would be notified.
Would it be the superintendent? I mean, how would we know? Because there's lots of swirling rumors and assertions out there, and we just need to work on the facts. But it doesn't, I don't know what the facts are about the internal investigation.
So, sir, what is your question? Is there an internal investigation?
Well, the question was, if there was an internal investigation, how would we know about it? And when would you communicate that to the institution?
I'd have to ask the commander at some point, would let you know. I can't speak for him and let you know exactly when you would be notified.
Okay, well, thank you. I know it's not necessarily topical to the report, and we appreciate you sharing what you newly information and new in the position from the airport, you know, and I think you provide some good information to us. And I just wanted to make sure that I was clear in communicating with you that, you know, my questions do not insinuate or assert that we should have no police or there would never be a need for police or we want to make anybody on campus unsafe, because that's false. And I've never said that. I don't believe that. And, you know, I do believe in that we need to have law and order and appropriate justice. You know, that we have bicycles are stolen and personal property and damage of district property is not acceptable. And especially some of those assaults that you went in more detail about is unacceptable. And so I just want to clarify that for my colleagues.
President Malauulu, I do have a quick comment that I do want to make on behalf of the student body.
Go ahead, Jenna. Thank you.
Yes, I do want to thank you so much for answering all of our questions. One thing I do want to say is that transparency is super important to the students. With everything else that we do, we are very transparent about what we do. And I think that should echo in every department that we have on campus. So I would like to see in the future possibly a report that, you know, is given to the General Attorney's Office. I don't know if that can be done, but, you know, as I think the students would be comfortable with knowing that information. But thank you.
That's a valid point, student trustee Jenna. Thank you very much for bringing that up. Anybody else on this item? Okay, once again, thank you, Lieutenant Baum and Officer Stinson. We really appreciate your service. And once again, appreciate you taking the time to field so many questions. Now we're going to move on to section 5 on the agenda. This is agenda item 5.1, and we get to officially welcome someone to the LBCC family on a more formal capacity than what she has already been involved with. And this is the appointment to the Citizens Oversight Committee. This is an agenda item that does require a motion and a second. So before we can continue a discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Second, student trustee.
I believe the motion was trustee Zia.
Yes.
And we had a motion, a second by student trustee Jimenez, but we need one more second. There.
I said second.
Okay, trustee Baxter will be the second on record. And the motion is to appoint Summer Temple, to confirm the appointment of Summer Temple for a term of October 29th, 2020 till June 30th, 2022 to the Citizens Oversight Committee, COC, as submitted. Any discussion on the item?
I have something to say.
Yes, trustee Zia?
And then me too.
Yeah, I just want to, first of all, thank Summer for her patience in sitting through all the items. Second, I want to thank her. I reached out to Summer on June 18, and I'm really grateful that you looked into this and applied, Summer. I think you're going to be fantastic. You have a great acumen in the field, and you've done so much for our community. And I'm just really proud to cast my vote tonight for you and welcome you on the Citizens Oversight Committee on Bonds.
Okay. President Malulu?
Trustee Baxter?
Yes, well, I want to congratulate Summer too. And I want Jenna to write this down, that Summer is a good example of somebody involved in student government who has now come back, and I want you to share this with Cesar and the cabinet. Summer was, I was advisor for Kasai, the Women's Honorary Club, and Summer was in my organization and was a leader just a few years ago, right, Summer? And so I really want to thank you for stepping up and offering to serve. And yes, you have tremendous expertise and we're looking forward to it. And while I've got the floor, and I'll make this quick, we have another student leader, Jorge Chavez, who is running for city council on the Bell Gardens City Council. And he too was student trustee. So Jen, if you would share that with this cabinet, that here are two alumni who are coming back and serving the community. And that's what we hope that your students and the students on the cabinet will do, and you too. That's it.
Absolutely. I completely agree with that. If I may, President Malauulu. Yes, something that I kind of thought about too is like, as I move on, I don't think I could ever get away from, participating in the community at this point, just because it's taught me so much about why it's so important. And I will echo this to the cabinet members. Yeah. So thank you for saying that.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to make a comment? So I would just like to invite those of you tuned in or watching a replay of this meeting on YouTube later to check out the board docs, because you'll see Summer Temple's bio attached to the agenda item 5.1. And you will see the arc that her illustrious career has taken and how she has basically returned home to Long Beach City College. And of all the incredible achievements that she has, two in particular really stand out. One, the fact that she is an LBCC alumni, as Trustee Baxter pointed out. But two, and my favorite, is that she's a former editor of The Viking. So here we have a former journalism student at LBCC who is returning to the Citizens Oversight Committee. And I mean, all the other things that she's done are just as great, but I just want to highlight the fact that she's a former editor of Viking News. So thank you very much. Summer, before we're going to take a vote, and then after we vote, I'm going to yield the floor to you if you'd like to say a few words. So if seeing no additional discussion, Madam Secretary, we would like to take a roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye. Motion carries. Congratulations, Summer, on your appointment. We look forward to your continued service. And now please address the meeting. You have the floor.
Oh, well, thank you to all the trustees and to everyone watching. I am so happy to be able to continue to serve LBCC in this capacity. My time there was some of the best times of my life. A lot of my outlooks and perceptions of the world came from classes and interactions and experiences there. And the mentors and staff and teachers I had were just instrumental and supportive. So I'm just happy to continue to serve the community and City College in this way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I I'm going to share a bit of remorse that it didn't occur to me to reorder the agenda to move that item up a little higher in the agenda. I wish I had thought to do that because you have had to sit here for a couple of hours. So thank you for your patience doing that. All right, we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda. And the following looks like 5 items are resolutions. We are, these are all action items. I will require a motion and a second for each. And after we have that, I'll open up the floor for any discussion. And 3 of these items are actual, let's see, 3 of the items are actual, I'm sorry, 2 of them are repeat resolutions that we did have on the agenda at this time last year. So item 5.5.
Oh,
sorry, I'm skipping one.
5.2.
5.2, I'm sorry, my pages got out of order. Item 5.2 is a resolution regarding board members' absence from the meeting. This is per the Ed Code, section 72024D, and it is, all documentation is available on board docs for the benefit of the public. This is actually to compensate Trustee Sunny Zia for her absence back in September. So I'll entertain a motion and a second.
So moved.
We've got a motion by Trustee Baxter. Is there a second? Okay, the motion fails for lack of a second. All right, we're going to move on to item 5.3 on the agenda, which is a resolution for Hispanic Latinx Heritage Month. This item was on the agenda at previous board meetings. And again, this is for the benefit of the public, attached to board docs. And this is that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 102820B, recognizing National Hispanic Heritage Month, which goes from the middle of September to the middle of October. And well, before we go into discussion, I'll entertain a motion and a second.
So moved. This is Trustee Ntuk.
Second, student trustee.
We've got a motion by Trustee Ntuk, second by Student Trustee Jimenez, and then we need a official second.
Second.
Trustee Zia with the official second. Open it up to discussion, please. I just want to commend staff, the language on the resolutions, not just this one, but all the resolutions. And I feel like a broken record because I know that I gushed about this a year ago, but the staff who actually does the work and the research to include the data in these resolutions really goes above and beyond. They do an exceptional job. And I would like to let everybody know, you know, anybody who's had a hand in developing and polishing these resolutions before they are published, just we really appreciate you because you can tell that you put in a lot of effort into this. So thank you very much, not just for this resolution, but for all of them. Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 5.4 on the agenda is a resolution for LGBTQ History Month. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 102820C, recognizing LGBTQ History Month as submitted. I'll entertain a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Trustee Ntuk, second.
With the Trustee Baxter with the motion, Trustee Zia with the second. Any discussion? Okay, Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 5.5 on the agenda, resolution recognizing Filipino American History Month.
So
And the recommended action is that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 102820D, recognizing Filipino American History Month as submitted. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Whoa.
Trustee Baxter with the motion, student trustee Jenna Jimenez with the second, and trustee Zia with the official second. Madam Secretary?
Student trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Intuck,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. I would like to add one more thing regarding all of these resolutions is that I lament that we are not able to meet in public because I know that anytime that we recognize groups in the community such as Filipino Heritage Month, such as LGBTQ, such as Hispanic Latinx, we always get a big turnout on campus, and we do enjoy going through the ceremonial process of taking photographs, holding the big resolution. So I regret that we're not able to do that, but I have personally informed my constituents, especially in the Filipino community in West Long Beach, to let them know that once again, this item is on the agenda, and they're very grateful. And hopefully in 2021, we will be meeting in person again, and we can celebrate together and not virtually. So thank you again for that. Okay, we're moving on to item 5.6 on the agenda. This is a resolution in support of a comparable ethnic studies requirement to that of AB 1460 by Weber at LBCCD. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 102820E in support of a comparable ethnic studies requirement. And again, for the benefit of the public, all of the supporting documents are attached on Board Doc. I'll entertain a motion in a second.
So moved as trustee Ntuk.
Second, student trustee.
We've got a motion by trustee Ntuk, a second by student trustee Jimenez, and we need an official second.
I'll second it, but I have something to say afterward.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second on the floor, and I'd like to open it up for discussion. Go ahead, trustee Baxter.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, President Malauulu. I read, the resolution, and I also read an article today in Inside Higher Education, which more fully described Assemblyperson Weber, who taught ethnic studies at California State University. I have concerns about this, and the reason is that our goal is to graduate students. This is going to put another requirement on people graduating. I'm concerned it will hurt our graduation rates. And also, I'll give you a good example. I used to teach history of American women. And I always included every race in the history, going back to Native Americans before the Europeans got here. But I know that Trustee Ntuk has met with the curriculum committee. I want to encourage the curriculum committee to carefully look at this and make sure that we are not putting up a roadblock to commence, and that we are not hurting current classes that we're already offering. And so I just want to put in those caveats. I think it is a noble experiment. That was, some president used those words, noble experiment. Can't remember which one. And, when I taught women's history, I talked about Ida Wells Barnett and the anti-lynching campaign. And so, I mean, there's a vast amount of history out there. I'm just using history as an example, that could be used to put this resolution into effect. But I am concerned about the graduation rates, and that's where I stand.
President Malauulu, can I go next?
Yes, trustee Ntuk, I heard you at the same time that I saw trustee Otto's hand.
Oh, I
And then
thought it was
also-
student trustee Jimenez was at the same time. Maybe
Okay,
student
and
trustee
I
Jimenez,
saw,
you go first.
okay, and then I saw trustee Otto as well.
I think there are three at one time.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay, go ahead, student trustee.
Yes, I do want to thank you, Trustee Baxter, for making the point of how important graduation is. I know from my background, you know, I've taken many classes and the requirements have definitely been quite the journey. But also, I do think that another one of our goals is to educate students. And I think in high school, we were honestly not given that ethnic background education that I think we deserved as students. And I think that that's why the curriculum committee is asking us to input ethnic studies as a requirement, because it's opening the minds of us people to, you know, to be more informed about different ethnic groups. So I do think that, you know, educating students on that is super important. And I've taken a women's studies class too, and it did open my eyes to different ethnic groups in women's studies. But I do think having that extra requirement would just open people's minds up even more, because there's still more information, like books like X. There's other books that, you know, have like Revolutionary Suicide by Huey P. Newton. There's other books that, you know, could be used to explore those histories. So I think that that's also important, even though it could be seen as a as extra, you know, obstacle that students have to go through. I think as a student, that's what I want to learn about, is the different ethnic groups that I haven't learned about all throughout my high school education. So, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Otto?
Sure. I'm actually more concerned about this than even Trustee Baxter. And the reason for that is that the file attachment we had was a copy of the resolution. And my response was, is this the ipsedixit of somebody that knows more than me, or do we have a reason for this? Has the Academic Senate weighed in on this? Do they know about how this is going to affect people, how it would be taught? You have to bring somebody else in. And so I think it's premature, unless somebody can convince me, unless we pass it right now, the world's going to go to hell in a handbasket, which I doubt. And I'm not opposed to the idea of it, but I know the way that this got started was that the CSUs are now going to do this. And are we duplicating something that the CSUs are doing? Are we trying to get on a bandwagon, or, you know, is this carefully thought out? I defer to the faculty on questions of curriculum. And this isn't just a 10+1 thing. This is the bedrock. And I don't have enough information to know whether this is well enough thought out to support it right now, but I don't oppose it. That's it.
Trustee.
Jerry, if I may, I'm going to call on Trustee Untuck, and then I'll call on you. And then also, Dr. Scott, I'm also going to call on you to weigh in on some of this, because this is in your department. So we'll have.
And Vivian, I'd like to hear from Dr. Koenig too.
Okay. So we can do that as well. And Dr. Scott, yes, Trustee Untuck, you're going to speak next. I just wanted to let Dr. Scott know. And then Dr. Scott, you can actually work it out between Wendy and Jerry, how you want that to play out. Okay, go ahead, Trustee Untuck.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, President Malauulu. Thanks, Trustee Baxter and Otto. I share, you know, and thank you, Student Trustee Jimenez as well. Appreciate your input. You know, I share, I too would be concerned if graduation rates were going to be impacted, but that's not the case in this situation. And I too would be concerned if we didn't have enough information. I would like to point to the end of the resolution, the therefore be resolved portion. There's two of them. And this is about consulting with the Academic Senate and reporting back. This is not directing them. This is not mandating anyone. This is not superseding. It's not attempting to be smarter than anybody either. But this is the beginning of a dialogue. We are going through systemic education changes in California. You may have seen for the first time ever, this UC system is going to be led by an African-American gentleman. The CSU system is going to be led by a Latino president for the first time. Right, we're going through a lot of changes. The state legislature and the governor passed this new law. It came from Dr. Shirley Weber, who was longtime chair of the Pan-African Studies Department, or I think it's African Studies Department down in San Diego State. And she put forward this bill that made it through the assembly and signed by the governor. And it changed the graduation requirements for the CSU. That is one of our biggest, if not the biggest, transfer institution is to CSU, whether it's Long Beach State or Dominguez Hills or Northridge. That they're our partner. And you know, I did have an opportunity to talk to a number of people before we put this on here. Did edit it with Superintendent Luann Bynum. Did get a chance to speak with the Academic Senate, people who are not on the Academic Senate as well, other faculty members. So this is not a half-thought, half-baked idea that came to the board unprepared. The bill is there online. It's not a secret. It's in the public domain. Maybe we could have put an attachment. We didn't, but this is the beginning of a conversation. And I just want to share that this conversation started with me about 2.5 years ago with Phyllis Arias, who used to be the president of the Academic Senate. And when I got elected to the board, even before I got sworn in, Phyllis and I, you know, I grew up with Phyllis's kids, and we've known each other for probably 3 decades now. And, you know, she said, we got to have coffee. And I said, okay, let's do it. We went over to the Merchant and over on Long Beach Boulevard in Carson, and we had coffee. And this was the #1 item she told me was that we need to have ethnic studies at Long Beach City College, and we have to do more. We're not doing enough. And I told her, I agree with you, Phyllis, and I'll do what I can. But I hadn't even gotten sworn in on the board at the time. So there's nothing I could have done back then. But over the last 2 years, I think we've been making great progress in our journey towards equity, because we're not there yet. We don't have equity. We're not at the mountaintop. We don't have good graduation rates. You may look at our African-American students who have the lowest graduation rates of any subgroup. And actually, research shows ethnic studies helps improve graduation rates, not just for African-American students, but for all students. And we had a rigorous debate at the state legislative level to make sure we include everybody, African-Americans, Latinos, Asian Pacific Islanders, minority Jewish, experiences in the legislation. It was kicked back twice to make sure they got it right and to be inclusive. My friend Jesse Gabriel was very vocal in making sure that it was inclusive of all minorities when this was adopted. So, and there was hundreds of news articles out there about it that we're happy to send a couple around as representative sample, but this is a positive thing. This is a 10+1 effort. This is about the board working with our faculty and academic senate. This is not the board dictating what should happen. And there is a lane and space for community college to help students meet their graduation requirements for the CSU. It doesn't go into effect next year, but we got to start now, and found out we're already been started since this bill got signed in August, or I think September, that there's work in a short deadline that needs to be done that's already started. So this is a collaborative effort between the faculty, both the state academic senate is working on this, and our academic senate. I think this is a great move forward for our college and for our students. And I would like to defer to Jerry and to Wendy to give more expert input than I can give. Lastly, this was supported by my union. You know, I'm a member of the California Faculty Association. I teach in the classroom too. I understand the challenges that the CSU has and the students have, and like student trustee Jimenez spoke about, there's gaps in our education, and this is about making sure that we're representing everybody, and it's an all students mean all agenda when we talk about ethnic studies and talk about the rich diversity that makes our community and our state. So I'll defer to Jerry and Wendy if they can share a little bit more about this bill and the process that we need to go through as a college community together.
Thank you. Dr. Scott, would you like to begin and then maybe call on Jerry and Wendy?
Sure. Thank you, Board President Malulu. I did want to say that the CSU executive order, the draft of that document only came out this afternoon. And they have already, in response to Dr. Baxter, your question, they have already moved units from one area, taken them away to create this new area. And that's for all of our transfer degrees. So that will happen automatically. As far as the work that we would do here for our own degrees, our own local degrees, that would be a question I think that I should throw over to the Senate President, and then she can defer to Dr. Koenig.
Who wants to go first?
I'll start and then I'll pass it to Wendy. So let me just say that, you know, when we had our meeting with Uduak this week, I was really grateful he was there and that we could show him what we've done so far. I think he was impressed with how far we've come. So know that, you know, initially when the legislation first came out, this was for a CSU requirement. And we had to wait as a community college to make sure that we were going to even be able to participate, because had this been an upper division requirement, then that kind of takes us out of the ball game. But it is a lower division requirement, so we're back in, and we're grateful to be back in. And so this is an opportunity for us as a community college to go through our curriculum process, and students could meet that lower division requirement that they're ultimately going to need to graduate from a CSU. So right now we are just working on that portion of it. And as I read the resolution and as at our meeting this last week, it's just possibly making it part of Plan A. There's nothing right now that says it will be part of Plan A. That's probably a continuation of a conversation. But let me defer to Dr. Koenig. I think it's important that you hear the work that she's been doing as the curriculum chair with the faculty and the development of classes that could potentially meet this articulated agreement. So Dr. Koenig?
Thank you, Jerry. So we've been, as far as the first part of the resolution, the first therefore be it resolved, we are on it. We've been on it since we heard about this. We're very anxious to produce at least one course that could meet that requirement, because it's crucial for all the associate degrees for transfer. And we are probably going to get students from other Cal States who don't have the class yet. So it's a very good opportunity for us. And we definitely have faculty-driven involvement in this. The minute I announced this, I started receiving emails from various areas. I mean, people who couldn't possibly even teach this course wanted to teach this course. I mean, they were very excited about it. So I had to calm them down a little bit. But we're probably going to have maybe 2 courses, possibly more by the end of the semester, which is amazingly fast work on the part of the faculty. So they're into it. They're ready to go. As far as the second be it resolved, that is a conversation that we would have normally through our curriculum process. The way this is going to work is at our first ADGE meeting, which is one of the subcommittees of the curriculum committee that deals with programs and GE requirements, we are going to broach the subject of whether or not we want to consider adding or changing the requirements on Plan A. That's for our local AA and AS degrees. Now, just so you're aware, again, this is a conversation that we have to work out as far as whether we want to do it, how we're going to do it if we decide to, and then we're going to report back to the board. That's what this resolution is asking us to do. Nothing more, nothing less. So, and we fully intend to do that. There are a couple things that you might want to know about Plan A. It has far fewer units than the CSU or the IGETC. So that's a bonus. Now, of course, we don't want to slow down completions. I think you all know already that I'm absolutely dedicated to student success and expedient getting them on their way, especially if they're looking for a job or transferring. We're not going to slow them down in any way. We will examine all of the AA and AS units and see if we have space to add this requirement, or if we need to move something around, if we need to give some options, or if we are going to just pass on it. We have to talk about it in curriculum. The curriculum committee has department reps from every area on campus. Everybody's going to get to weigh in on this. And it won't happen without a very thorough discussion, I can assure you that. So we know that completions are super important. We don't want to slow anybody down, but we also know there's a lot of passion about the ethnic studies requirement. And if we want to honor the spirit of this legislation, which I think we probably want to do, then we're going to find a way to make it happen. So I hope that helps.
It certainly does. Thank you. I'd like to make a couple of comments regarding this resolution. First of all, I wholeheartedly support it. I think it is necessary. I think it's timely. And I really think that we can't get enough of any type of ethnic education. Just look around. Look outside your front door. We need more ethnic education. We need more sensitivity training. We need more multicultural and diversity awareness. And what better place to provide that than at a community college? I think it's our duty to do that. Whether or not there is a state mandate for that assembly bill, I think this is something that we should be the leaders in. We should take this bull by the horn and set the precedent for other community colleges to follow. So I want to commend Trustee Untuck for bringing this forward and for being such a staunch advocate of it. For those of you who are not in the behind the scenes of how these things happen, there's been a very robust discussion about it in preparation for the resolution and also for the class. So this is not something that just, on a whim happened. This is something that requires a lot of man hours and a lot of work. Two things about this particular ethnic studies class. Student trustee Jenna Jimenez, I really appreciate what you said. And I hope I don't misparaphrase what you said, but you said that you're completely cognizant that it's another graduation requirement, but you also didn't get this in high school. So that really resonated with me, because how many students graduate from California high schools, or any high school for that matter, and they lack this type of training, this type of exposure. Now, Long Beach Unified, and I don't know if they still have it or not, but they had an ethnic studies elective course that was available to 11th and 12th graders a few years ago. My oldest daughter, who is now a junior in college, was a junior in high school at St. Anthony High School when this course was offered, and I wanted her to take it. She wanted her to take it. It was offered through Cal State Long Beach, and it was offered at select high schools in the area. And I have two Long Beach Unified high schools in my trustee area. One of them is Cabrillo High School, which is right here on the west side. And I checked my daughter out of St. Anthony High School in the fall of her junior year and enrolled her at Poly High School, which is our feeder school, that fall semester, so she could take this ethnic studies class at Cabrillo High School on Saturdays. So how about that for putting your money where your mouth is? So my oldest daughter actually had, as an 11th grader, 3 CSU credits for free that we didn't have to pay for because she was a student at Long Beach Unified that fall semester. So she graduated high school with 3 CSU transferable units. And guess what? She's a junior at Mississippi State University, and those units transferred there. So she had already fulfilled one of their general ed requirements. And her academic advisor told her, like, this is a fabulous course. It transfers over, and you do have an ethnic studies requirement that you need to meet here in Mississippi, of all places. So for anybody who's wondering the value of taking that class, there's a tremendous amount of value. And not only because, our California legislature actually made it so, but because students like student trustee Jenna Jimenez recognize that there's a value in that. And that's the part that I really appreciate. So for everybody in Dr. Scott's department, for Jerry, for Wendy, for everybody working so hard on this, and for all the instructors who are so enthusiastic about possibly teaching this course, I can't wait. I really look forward to it, and I can't wait to read the syllabus and see what the curriculum holds, because we need it. And I have a strong suspicion that we're going to be seeing a lot more of these type of quote unquote requirements or recommended requirements in the future, because I think people understand that there's a need for that discussion and that community colleges are the perfect place for that. So thank you, everybody.
I have a question.
Yes, Trustee Zia?
And I have quite a lot to say about this. So first of all, I think was it Wendy, you mentioned that this is going to be coming back. When is it coming back?
We're anticipating having a report for the board probably on the January board agenda, because we have to have the ADGE meeting, we have to have the curriculum meeting, and then I think that's as soon as we can get back to you.
Okay. Yeah, I understand what the Assembly bill that is referenced here was passed. It was highly controversial, namely because of my community and the anti-Semitic language, which wasn't initially, it wasn't intended, but thankfully the draft curriculum was modified to get rid of the anti-Semitic statements and references, the language attacking state of Israel. And again, it wasn't the goal of the legislation, but it made it, now it's going to come back, and the very same people that were referenced earlier, they're working hard on it and have requested that we give them enough opportunity for deliberation and also reaching enough maturation level for us to be able to support it. So having said all that, I think it's high time that school districts throughout the state adopt and implement an ethnic studies curriculum. This is just my personal perspective. I think all students need to know the history of the 4 core ethnic groups, as well as the challenges that prejudice has put upon these ethnic communities here in California alone, from genocide of Native Americans and Chinese in the 1870s to the turn of the century, to codicils to prevent homeownership by members of those communities throughout the state, to rules and regulations establishing de jure segregation in our state through at least the 1960s or 1970s, if not later, perhaps to date. It's also important that we urge our faculty to continue to teach the Holocaust, the Armenian genocide, and the dangers of hate speech. And again, currently the legislators and the State Board of Education is working hard to come up with an ethnic studies course as high school graduation requirements, as we talked about, but while taking strong steps to ensure that this curriculum is itself free from prejudice. I truly applaud those efforts. I support this resolution with the caveat that Trustee Baxter has provided, and that it's going to come back, as Wendy and the Academic Senate has mentioned, in January. I'd like to see more of it. But I do encourage you guys to really, and the Senate, and I'm confident you will, that you recommend a curriculum that is inclusive and it teaches the Holocaust, the Armenian genocide, and the dangers of hate speech, including anti-Semitism. And I have every confidence that our faculty will ensure the curriculum will be free of the prejudice and not used to advance ancillary political narratives and agenda. Just to touch on those ancillary agenda, San Francisco State University used this forum of ethnic studies, and they brought a person by the name of Leila Khaled, who is a terrorist who hijacked 2 planes and was nearly responsible for murdering 148 civilians. And this was reported by the Jewish Weekly. I can send the reporting. And I'm glad that the governor vetoed Assembly Bill 331 so that it's inclusive of all marginalized communities, and it touches on things that I've talked about. So I think we need to be very thoughtful, very deliberative about this, because how some people have hijacked a very good intentioned curriculum and program. And I don't want that to happen to us. I want to punctuate that for us as a board. And when this comes back, I'm confident, and I really look forward to the faculty coming back with a language that is making sure that's prejudice-free of all communities. And that's all I have to say about it. I encourage you to do that, and I have every confidence in you.
Thank you. Trustee Otto? Trustee Otto, you're on mute.
I think what Trustee Zia just said is Exhibit A about why it is that this is such a problem. And by the way, let me start Jerry and members of the Academic Senate and Dr. Koenig, the curriculum committee, is that this is what I would call a ass backward process. And what I mean by that is the faculty says, we want to teach this course. We think this is a good course for all the reasons that everybody's saying and that I agree with 100%. The trouble is that we're sitting here designing the course. We're saying, it's got to include this. It's got to include this. It's got to include academic freedom. And that's what I want. You know, the title of this resolution is Resolution of Long Beach City College Board of Trustees in support of a comparable ethnic studies requirement to that of 1460 Weber at the Long Beach Community College District. So this isn't about a class. This is about creating a requirement. I just think that it needs more work. I support the idea. I support it if it's well done. I wouldn't begin to tell you how to do this because I think it's your job to tell us how to do it. And by the way, what happens is that we spend an hour or more to pass a resolution to do something that we really can't do anyway. I look at the whereases, and one of the whereases is that in 2010, the state legislature, in conjunction with the community college and CSU, created an associate degree for transfer to provide a more seamless pathway for the community college students to transfer. What does that have to do with this? I mean, it really doesn't have anything directly to do with it. And several of the other whereases are like that. Whereas the community colleges will work collaborative with the CSU. Bring us a finished document. We are a policy body. We get stuff, we vote on it. Hopefully it doesn't take a real long time to do that. When you bring me a product that's acceptable because of all the things that you do so well, members of the faculty and everybody that you want to collaborate with, but don't put us in a position of saying, well, it's got to be this or it's got to be that, and what about this? And you've got to have things like, I mean, let them do their work, get back. I think that it can get back to us in a reasonable period of time, and we can do the job that we are supposed to be doing, which is to adopt policy, which would include ethnic study courses. But I want to see what it is. I don't want to have to do this two-step where we say, okay, we like this idea, so we're going to give it to you to do it, and then bring it back to us, and we'll do all that. Because it's just, it's not the way that the process should be done. So that's all I got to say.
Yes, Jerry, I see your hand.
Sorry, I had to unmute. Thank you, Doug. This resolution did not come from the Senate, so I don't want you to be under the impression that the Senate is bringing this to you. We are not.
I know that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you knew that. And again, this is a CSU requirement. So they are going to set the tone as to what has to be in that class. What we will, for us to have a class that they'll accept, we're going to have to go through the articulation process through our curriculum committee. So the CSU, it's their class, it's their expectation. We think we can meet it, and we're anxious to do so. But as far as setting up for the parameters and the articulation components and all of that, we are getting direction from the CSU. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that. Wendy, if you want to weigh in or be, provide more clarity, but again, this is a CSU requirement that we're excited to respond to and participate with. And we're excited about the possibility, but this is meeting their requirement. So we're going to have to make sure that our class jumps through the hoops that they have created. So I hope that helps. Just, Wendy, do you want to weigh in? Sure.
And it will eventually.
Thank you, Jerry. Yes, go ahead, Wendy.
Thank you. Yeah, it sounds to, and I don't want to get in the middle of a battle here, but what it sounds like, and I can appreciate this, is that what we can say today is that we can provide the first part of the resolution. We are going to create an ethnic studies requirement or an ethnic studies course that should meet the requirement for Cal State University. The second part is a speculative part of the resolution. It's asking for something. I mean, the title is, I agree, somewhat misleading now that I see what you're saying, because we're just going to report back on what we would have been doing anyway, which is considering this option as part of our local plan A. So I understand that, and I do appreciate that, and I appreciate the fact that this should be a faculty-driven decision and a faculty-driven discussion, and it will be, and it was going to be anyway. But thank you for your comments.
All right, is there any additional discussion on this item? Okay, Madam Secretary, please take roll. Roll call vote, sorry. Jackie, are you there?
Muted. I'm on mute.
There you go.
I kept looking at her why she wasn't responding. Student trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuck.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
No.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Thank you, motion carries. We're going to move on to item 5.7 on the agenda. This is just a first reading of revised board policy and regulation 2015, that's 2015, annual organization meeting and board officers. For the benefit of the public, all of the relevant documents are attached on board docs. And again, this is just a first reading. And I just want to make sure that, Madam Secretary, do I need to read those two paragraphs or just the title is sufficient?
No, yeah, you just read the title.
Okay, so we're good on that. Normally, there's a little bit more, but this is just the information that's going to be presented to the President's Leadership Council.
Yeah,
So that is just the first reading. When we do have to take the vote on that, I'll read that in detail at that time. Okay, we're going to move on to item 5.8 on the agenda. This is another first reading, revised board policy 2023, Board of Trustees election. This is also going to be going to the President's Leadership Council once it passes our first reading, and the relevant documents are attached on board docs. And now we will move on to item 5.9 on the agenda, which is trustee committee reports. Do we have any trustee committees that need to report?
Madam President? I
Yes.
just want to clarify that the two policies, 5.7 and 5.8, they've already been to the president leadership. Otherwise, they wouldn't be presented for first reading.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification.
Madam President, I defer to Vice President Entek.
Okay, thank you. We just have one committee report, right? That's the facilities subcommittee? Okay.
Yes.
President Untuck?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, we did have a facility subcommittee meeting that was attended by Trustee Baxter and myself. I think it was very well great committee meeting. We did, I think we were able to record it on YouTube. I think this is the first time our committee meeting was online, so it's available for anybody who would like to watch it. We were able to go through a number of items on the North Long Beach Center and its progress, the progress of the different projects like the CLAP or the Aquatic Center that's under construction still. You know, we had our Cordova was able to give us an update on construction management oversight, talk about the new parking structure at PCC and the new electric vehicle charging stations that have been installed. And I want to say, Trustee Baxter, it was a good 2.5, maybe 3 hours meeting.
3 hours. 3
hours. And I didn't have any questions. I didn't say anything the whole time, so I don't know why it was so long. But it did inform some of the things that are on the agenda tonight. All the documents are online, the presentations. I think the facilities committee is a great way to dive a little deeper and ask some more questions that, you know, we don't end up adding 3 hours to our regular board meeting. by having a committee meeting, and it's I thought it was a very solid presentation. I want to thank Luann Bynum and Vice President Drinkwine and her staff for all their presentations. And I don't know if Trustee Baxter has anything to add to that.
Well, I just wanted to say, yes, thank you to Vice President Drinkwine and to President Bynum. The meeting was very informative. The college is doing a fantastic job, I believe, in managing the bond and in explaining the facilities master plan. And I have absolute confidence in how we are going forward.
Good deal. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to section 6 on the agenda. This is consent. Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Otto, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to ask a quick question, and that is, I'm a recovering lawyer, and so you call this a subcommittee. What's it a subcommittee to? What committee is it a subcommittee to?
Facilities.
I thought it was the facilities subcommittee.
Mm-hmm.
What's it a subcommittee to? Why isn't it just the facilities committee?
Well, that's a good question. Maybe it is called the committee, and I just used the word sub. I'm not sure what exactly the.
Well, I know that the college has. I know the reason I ask is because I know the college has a facilities committee, and I'm just interested in what the reporting requirements are, and by the way, if this is a board committee and it meets a couple times a year, you have to be careful that if it depends on what you want, of course, as to whether it needs noticing under the Brown Act. Subcommittees generally don't because they're not. But I don't have answers to these questions. I just want to know where this committee or subcommittee is in the process of the college and making decisions about what it's doing about facilities. Maybe we can just think about it.
Well, if I can address just one of those points, Trustee Otto, I'm not sure what the genesis of the word subcommittee was. I think perhaps that's just what was used when we established this group. But we do treat it as a committee of this board, and it was fully noticed under Brown Act.
Correct.
If I might also, as far as I know, there's 2 official Brown Act committees underneath the board. One of them is the audit finance committee. The other one is the facilities committee. The other committees that people serve on are ad hoc committees. And at some point, maybe the board would want to take a look at that in the future and have some more discussion about it. But these are the 2 official legislative body committees of the board, and it requires Brown Act.
Does the facilities committee of the board get reports from or talk to the college's facilities committee or facilities committee process?
I would say yes, Doug. There is another facilities committee of staff, and they've shared their quarterly reports that are also already publicly available on the website. But they have a variety of fixing bathrooms and curbs and bike racks that are on their kind of a list of items. But they didn't share it at this meeting, but at past facility committees, they have shared from that campus committee.
And also that committee is part of the planning process. The College Planning Council is the highest committee. Then there's a series of committees underneath the 4 areas in the Planning Council, and Facilities Committee that you're referring to now is one of them.
Yeah, it's kind of a process question, and it's just if the board's facilities committee meets a couple times a year, and I think that's kind of what it does, but the college's facilities committee is working on a more regular basis. The coordination is very important because we don't want there to be decisions being made that aren't shared and coordinated. And it's important to look into that. I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm just saying that it's really important. This is a structure that grew up with a desire for a board facilities committee, and we want to make sure that they sync with one another in terms of decisions that are being made. So that's all.
Yeah, and if I may.
Well, no, I was just going to say, we don't make any, Vice President Untuck and I have not made any decisions. It's just like he explained that it was a 3-hour meeting. So we are getting in-depth information about the bond program and the facilities. And so, we are not making any decisions.
You're talking about student housing? Are you talking about student housing?
We did have an update for student housing, yes. And that update is on YouTube, and those attachments are on board docs and available for the public to view.
No, great. And okay, I can do this offline. I just have one second. Okay, thanks.
Trustee Untuck, only because your time with us is limited before you move on to greener pastures with the school district. I can't imagine how long you've been on our board, and it just occurred to you to ask us that question about why it's a subcommittee meeting, because I know we've had subcommittee meetings before, but again, I'm just giving you a hard time. I have one more meeting to give you a hard time on, then you'll be gone.
You just called me Trustee Intuck.
You did. You just called him Trustee Intuck.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I? Did I? I didn't mean to do that.
For the record, I am not going to the school board. For the record, order.
I am so sorry. I didn't mean to do that, but we will certainly miss you.
My only comment is, where's Sigmund Freud when we need him?
We will miss the cross-examination on items that you yourself said you could have asked us offline. All right, so we do have, we're going to move on the agenda to the consent. Item 6.1, is there anybody who needs to pull an item off the agenda?
Yes, I do, President Malauulu. 6.10.
Okay.
I also have one, 6.4.
Okay. So we have 6.4 and 6.10. All right, any other items that need to be pulled off the consent agenda? All right, so now I'll entertain a motion and a second to approve the remaining items on the consent agenda.
Vice President Malauulu, or President Malauulu, sorry, I'm at my Freudian slip.
Yes,
It's getting late. It's getting late.
Sorry, I had my mute button on. I had my mute button. I was trying to say, can we also pull 6.3?
All right, 6.3. So we're pulling 6.3, 6.4, and 6.10. Okay, so now I'll entertain a motion and a second to approve the remaining items.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second to approve the rest of the consent items on the agenda. Any discussion? All those in favor, Madam Secretary, with a roll call vote?
Student trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Intuck,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
You're on mute.
Doug Otto,
Looks like he's out. He's not on mute.
he's not on mute. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Okay, so yeah, maybe he just stepped away for a little bit, but you have enough votes, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so we'll go in the order that they are on the agenda. Trustee Untuck, you wanted to pull item 6.13?
6.3, I think.
I'm sorry, 6.3, you're right.
Yeah, 6.3 is a contract with the League of Community College League of California. And I just wanted to highlight, this is, I think, a very positive direction. This is an opportunity for us to have a consultant from the league go through our policies and administrative regulations to update them. I think this is a great action to help improve our policies and help us get ready for accreditation here. And it'll be nice to get it all renumbered and somebody do it for us instead of making a big subcommittee and spending 2 years, because I know there's been past effort to do this, and it's I'm just wanted to say I think this is a good development for us.
Good.
Sorry, somebody was trying to say something at the same time. I couldn't hear.
Yeah, Trustee Otto, you missed the vote on the consent item. I don't know if our secretary there can, yes, Jackie, I see your hand.
Actually, we need a motion before your discussion of 6.3.
Okay, got it.
Oh, I'm
So-
sorry. I'll move approval. I'm sorry.
I was sleeping too.
So we
Okay.
need a,
Second.
all right, we've got a motion by Trustee Untuck and a second by Trustee Baxter to approve item 6.3 on the agenda. And for discussion, Trustee Untuck has already spoken, and I believe Trustee Otto wanted to speak. Before we go to Trustee Otto, I just have a point of just clarification. Madam Secretary, is Trustee Otto still able to vote? He was,
Yes, can we finish this item and then we'll go back and I'll put his.
okay. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Otto.
I've actually worked with this woman. She lives in Oregon. She's fabulous. This is all she does, and she's extremely good. And she works for the Community College League of California. I've actually met with her in Sacramento several times in the past when we've been doing things. So I wholeheartedly support this. It's both effective and efficient, and that's why I think we ought to be engaged in it. That's all.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? So I want to weigh in on this item, just in the spirit of full transparency. When we discussed this at our board prep meeting with Superintendent President Bynum, and even before our board prep meeting last week, we talked about it a few weeks ago. I was initially against this. And the reason why I was against it is because I was elected to the board at a time where a lot of consulting contracts were being questioned, and a lot of constituents, both on campus, employees, and in the community, were challenging the fact that we had so many consultant contracts out and we were awarding so much money. And I personally was pulled to the side multiple times by people saying, why do you have people that are deans and directors and administrators there, but then you're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for all these consulting contracts? And I believe that we have done a good job of cleaning a lot of that up. I believe that we've been able to keep a lot of the work in-house. And I believe that a lot of our internal, not necessarily realignment, but just reassessment of procedures have really helped to minimize those expenses and those consulting contracts. So when Lou Ann Bynum first brought this up, I was against it. And I said, why can't we have people on staff do this? Why, we have administrative assistants. We have people that can do this. Why do we have to pay $40,000 to have somebody go through our board policies? And then she explained to me the value that they bring. She explains to me that we actually were out of compliance on a lot of our policies. And she explained to me how this causes problems, not only for the board, but also for the district itself, that could end up being more costly down the line. And then she also did, where I could see Lou Ann there, she also kind of did the salesman pitch where she said, you also get this recurring thing that they come back and revisit it, and you can always go back and have them review it. And so I was sold on that. So initially I would have been against this, but I think after getting all the information of why it was necessary, I am in favor of this. So if nobody else would like to contribute to the discussion, I'd like to call for the vote.
Student trustee Jimenez. Aye. Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Intuck.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye. Motion carries. So now We're gonna pull an item out of 6.4, which is a contract amendment. Is there a particular contract? Okay, I see it. Is that CN 99786.1?
Yeah, there's only one, I believe. That's what.
Yes, you're correct. Okay, so we've got a motion to pull that item, and we need a motion and a second. Is that correct, Madam Secretary?
That's correct.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, motion by trustee Zia, second by trustee Baxter, and then I'll open it up for any discussion.
Yeah, I think, items like this, and I've expressed this to staff, so I don't want to take too much time. They need to be separate and aside from consent agenda, and so that we can really look at it and examine it a little bit more deliberative. I think the staff did a good job of answering my questions of how Hovhaness was selected essentially, and what kind of housing they provide, what kind of services they provide, how the students get selected or referred. The only question that remains for me, and I believe it's going to be coming back to the board in a full-on presentation, is how many students we currently have who are homeless and dealing with housing insecurity and hunger, and then also the effectiveness of this agreement and this grant and what we can do to build upon it. I believe that our student services and group and our Vice President Munoz is going to come back to the board with that presentation. And I want to make sure that the questions that were asked are admitted to the record, and that's why I pulled the agenda. So I don't have any further questions, but Mike, if you want to touch on some of the things that you have already relayed to me orally, I'd appreciate that. Then we can admit it to the record.
Okay, and I'd like to speak when you get a chance.
Okay, sounds good. Dr. Munoz, you have the floor. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Zia. So as you mentioned, some of the information that I was able to provide to both President Bynum and yourself, just a little background. When this funding source became available, the announcement came from the Chancellor's office. Essentially, I want to just frame that this program is more than just housing support. So it's not just a rental subsidy program. It's really looking at a comprehensive model, as well as there was a requirement to partner with an organization that has a proven track record with providing rapid housing placement and this type of holistic case management wraparound services. And so, as I mentioned, the college had already a relationship with Hovhaness and had done some referrals with them and had some of our students placed through them. So there was a relationship, as well as in the Chancellor's office memo, as well as the webinar that the Chancellor's office had on this particular funding source. They highlighted Hovhaness as one of the examples of a partnership organization to partner with. And so that's a little bit of how we came to select Hovhaness as our lead partner. And so I know some of the questions was, what does follow-up services look like as well? And so I like to use, and I'm sure Dr. Baxter will appreciate this, this is my own history training. I like to use primary source documents. So instead of me just speaking out loud, I'm gonna look at the actual memos and things. So give me one moment to pull my sources over. Okay, so from the referral process, again, to just provide you background, students can access this in both formal and informal ways. So formally through our student emergency aid application that lives within the Viking portal, students can answer questions related to housing insecurity. And then if they answer a certain way, then it triggers a follow-up question to determine whether they are homeless, because we know that housing insecurity happens on a continuum. And so really looking at those that are what meet the definition of homeless or chronically homeless, students can then answer certain questions and that flags them for consideration for Hovhaness. Also informally, we do a very good job where students can just refer themselves or faculty can refer students. So I'll give you case in points. I've gotten numerous since the pandemic started emails from faculty members, Janae Hund and so forth, saying, hey, I have this student in my class, so-and-so, is experiencing homelessness, what can we do? So we don't do a very cold, like, well, have them go to the emergency aid application and fill it out. Like, I will take that email forward it over to Justin, and Justin will follow up with that student directly. So there's both that formal kind of referral process by a student completing the emergency aid application, as well as that, hey, I'm a faculty member and I have a student, I care about them. What can we do for them? And then there's that nice handoff to the office. And so those cases are managed by Justin Mendez, who is our basic needs program manager. And then he works through the process to identify the students and refers them over to Jovenes through their intake process to determine whether it's a fit for the program. So again, like I said, that's the referral process, the intake and assessment process we kind of described. And then once students are determined to be eligible for the program and a fit, we start working in towards housing identification and placement. So really looking and understanding the students' financial circumstances, as well as other personal factors, and kind of determining what is the best placement for them. We do the rent and move-in assistance. Jovenes holds the master lease agreements of all these units for our students. And then begins the college-focused case management services, both through Jovenes, as Jovenes provides the case management from their lens, as well as Justin and his team doing some case management on our end. So there's almost two sets of eyes on the student, the Jovenes case managers working directly with our students, and then our own office that's also doing some case management and keeping an eye on our students. Because we know that many of our students who experience homelessness, there's other issues going on. They sometimes come and arrive with different trauma. So we're thinking about trauma-informed practices, any maybe mental health support they might need, connecting them with CalFresh so that we're maximizing financial aid and other financial aid opportunities, etc. And then lastly, there's a recognition that at times for this population, there might be a need for crisis intervention. When you work with students who've experienced, like I said, homelessness, and as we're trying to provide that support, it's not uncommon to have to take a 1 a.m. phone call if there's a crisis. And so again, providing that crisis intervention support is a component of this model. So I think that pretty much covers the bulk of the information that I was able to convey to Trustee Zia as well as President Bynum. And to your point, Trustee Zia, we will plan on coming back at a future date. I duly note that it is important that we think about evaluation and not retroactively, but on the onset of some of this. So we will set up a meeting with the institutional effectiveness to help us develop an evaluation model and whatnot. So hopefully that answered your question. And if you have any other questions, I will gladly.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Mike. You did a great job answering those questions. And I'm certain that we're going to get a really thorough report coming up in the near future so we can examine it further.
President Malauulu, may I say?
Yes, Trustee Baxter?
Yeah, I met the representatives from Jovenes 5 years ago. Trustee Zia set up a meeting with a representative from Janice Hahn's office. So I have been familiar with them and also with another group called Harbor Interfaith. And also Justin Mendez serves on our homeless committee under the auspices of the foundation. And I'm just very, very impressed with Justin. And I have had conversations with him, and they have been helping the students that we have identified, that the colleges has identified. And Jovenes is doing a super job on this. And I just want to praise Dr. Munoz for bringing this program and AB 74 to the college. And in the beginning, I was concerned that college money, unrestricted college money was using for this. It's not. The money is coming via AB 74. And so I think that's really important as far as our financial stability. And I am so pleased that this is a need that's being addressed, and that the college has been so responsive and understands that you just can't put people in housing. They need all kinds of support services. And as I pointed out to Justin, 50 years ago, I was a resident advisor in a dormitory. And the worst thing that happened is girls would fight over towels or something, soap in the bathroom or something. Today it's much different. And thank God I'm not a resident advisor. And so I really think the college is going in the right direction, and we should be very, very proud of what we're doing for our students.
Thank you, Dr. Baxter.
Thank you. I have one question about the amount, actually. I didn't intend on pulling this item from the agenda. Now that it's being discussed, the increase of $50,000 seems like small potatoes to the $1.745 million. I mean, what's the $50,000 for that couldn't be covered by 1.8 million?
So I'll explain that. So, we have, so again, thinking holistically in how we work with our students, we had the opportunity with Jóvenes and also to partner with another organization called the Economic Roundtable. And they have an interest and focus area in supporting homeless students. And so they actually they were able to identify some additional units at a really low rate. And so in speaking at Cabinet and thinking about how we leverage our CARES Act dollars, especially the funds that are targeted for students, recognizing that during this pandemic, there's a capacity issue. We have more demand than we have spaces for in the Jóvenes program. We thought it would be a good opportunity to leverage some of our CARES Act dollars to increase the number of units that we have available this year in response to the pandemic. And that isn't an allowable expense under CARES Act. And so instead of, and Vice President Drinkwine can jump in at any time too if she feels the need, if I don't do it this justice, but looking at the contract and to kind of Dr. Baxter's point, the college doesn't want to be in the business of owning master lease agreements for students' apartments. And so recognizing that we already had this relationship with Jóvenes, we asked Jóvenes if they would be willing, if we were able to award or amend this contract with those additional $50,000 to be able to obtain those additional units that we were able to secure through the Economic Roundtable, if they would consider being the master lease agreement holders. And the answer was yes, they want to serve as many students as possible. And so this is just, again, good collaboration and what it looks like when we, expand our ability to work with other organizations. And so these 20 additional units that we're going to basically be getting for the year for $50,000 is a remarkable price. And it's going to be 10 units over 6 months. So it'll be 20 students over a year that will go through this model. But like I said, it allows us to leverage our CARES Act dollars in a way that really is targeted. And that's what you want to do. You don't want to supplant with CARES Act dollars. You want to expand or enhance what you're doing. And so it kind of hits all of that criteria that you think about. And so that's why you see this contract amendment for $50,000 as opposed to going through a completely separate contract process, like a new contract. We are amending our existing agreement. Jóvenes is agreeing to be the master leaseholder on these additional units that we were able to be connected with through the Economic Roundtable. And that's essentially, I think, that's as clear as I can be, because there's a lot of moving parts, and I hope I was able to kind of explain in a way that makes sense. But that's really exactly what it is.
Thank you for that.
You did an excellent job of describing the contract amendment. I have nothing to add.
Well, thank you. Thank you both. Any additional discussion on this item? All right.
Thanks, President Malulu.
Oh, sorry, Trustee Untat.
No, I just wanted to thank Vice President Munoz for the presentation and thank Trustee Baxter for her questions and insight. And I think this is a really important item. I'm glad we were able to pull it and talk about it a little bit more. And I share in our commitment of serving all of our students, including our homeless students. And I think this looks like a way to even though it's marginally, it's not solving the whole problem, but it's expanding, and we're going to help more students with this contract amendment. So I just wanted to say I support it and thanks everybody for all their hard work to make this happen.
Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, can you please take a roll call vote?
Student Trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
Alicia.
Aye. Okay, we're going to move on to item 6.10, and Trustee Baxter pulled that from the agenda.
Yes, thank you, President Malauulu.
So I think we should have a motion and a second.
Oh, that's right. Motion to 6.10.
Okay. Was that trustee Baxter with the motion?
No, I made the motion.
Okay, then I
Trustee
second.
Zia with the motion and trustee Baxter with the second. All right, any discussion?
Yes, I'd like to talk about contract 22081.7, the contract with Cordoba Corporation. And I want to go on record as praising Cordoba for what I feel they are doing a wonderful job of bond management. They are coming in with contracts on time, often under budget. I learned a great deal serving with Vice President Untuck in the Facilities Committee. And I just want to say that I wholeheartedly support the 5-year contract extension.
Thank you. Any additional discussion on this item?
Yeah, I wanted to also add, I had a series of questions that staff did a great job answering. There was a memo issued, so thank you, Marlene, for that. It clarifies some of the history, some of the background, and it really distinguishes the institutional knowledge that the firm brings. And, although it says it's a new contract, I think the memo clarifies that it's essentially doing work on projects that are near completion or need to be completed. So it's a continuation of their work. And that's important because we need the institutional knowledge. And also we're getting, it seems to me that we're getting a fair and reasonable rate that will be locked in for the next 5 years. So it seems to me that it was fiscal prudence was exercised as well. And I too will support this contract award as it's stated. And I'd like to have the question and answer admitted to the record.
I appreciate that, Trustee Zia. And one of the things that we worked on as a board a couple of years ago is to really direct any questions that we had about agenda items to staff prior to the meeting. And that really helped the meetings run a little bit more smoothly than they were before. So I'm happy to see that we are returning to that, especially with big items like this that do require a lot of questioning. So I'm happy to have seen that in the emails and in the questioning, and I'm okay with entering the dialogue into the record. The only thing that I want to commend Trustee Baxter, I wasn't planning on pulling this item either, but since you did, I did do a little bit of research. And one of the things that I remember when I was on the facilities subcommittee last year is I remember hearing, and I don't know if the number was, I don't know, maybe Vice President Drinkwine can tell me if I'm wrong, but it was like a really big number, like 10 years in a row or something of Cordoba finding zero fault on audits and not having any red flags or any issues. And that was really impressive to me because I know how difficult it is to manage such large amounts of money, especially for public institutions. And I know how difficult it is when you have multiple projects going at the same time. So the fact that we've got buildings at LAC and the Pacific Coast campus that are all being renovated and construction happening and having to undergo audits and bond oversight issues, I just think it's really impressive. And was that an accurate number maybe at the time when that meeting was like 10 years of perfect audits? Does that sound about right?
We've been working with Cordoba since 2010. The audits have been required for the most recent bond measure that was passed under Proposition 39. And each one of those audits of the bond program that have gone through the Citizens Oversight Committee have been finding free. So absolutely, it's been an excellent
Okay, that was the terminology, finding free. Like, yeah, there were no findings. Okay, so that stuck out in my mind. So thank you for that. Is there any additional discussion on this item?
I would, President Malauulu.
Yes, Trustee Untuck.
No, I'm happy to support this item. And, one of the things that we talk about equity and inclusion, and this is one of the unique opportunities where we have construction management and project management under one contract that we find to be more efficient and on budget. And, and I'm really grateful that we're able to work with a minority-owned firm. This is not every day in the construction industry, particularly, do you get, a high quality, reliable project management company like Cordova. So I just wanted to speak in favor. And I know there was some extra scrutiny on this from Trustee Zia and extra questions. And we've had our facility committee meetings when her and I were on the committee to go over this before. And so it's good that, it's asking extra questions to make sure we can all confidently say that we're making the best decision for the community. And our bond oversight is so important in our bond program. It's hopefully we can get our new aquatic center done and a new stadium kind of moved up to be ready for the Olympics in 2028. That Long Beach City College could play a small role. Maybe we can have, some small island nation, stay in student housing on campus and, practice swim in the aquatic center and get ready to participate in the Olympics. Who knows? But it's, I'm in supportive, and I think we're going in the right direction on it. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
I have one more thing to say.
Yes, Trustee Zia?
Just to be clear, there is no scrutiny on this contract, but I think it's prudent for us to have, when we're putting a $31 million plus amount of contract on consent calendar, I would appreciate if we can have further background in the future, and I've talked to staff, so that it's transparent and the public has the right to know the questions that were asked subsequently and were elucidated. I think it's important. Frankly, I said what I had to say about my support for this contract, but I think it's prudent for us to have those touch points be addressed. Should we have contracts like this, especially with the magnitude and the size we're dealing with, and provide the context that someone who is not familiar with the district and the average everyday person, the public, can have an opportunity to learn. And staff has already indicated to me that kind of background will be further provided in the agendas in the near future. So thank you for all that you guys are doing, Marlene and team, and appreciate you taking that into account in the future.
All right, thank you. Is there any additional discussion? Okay, Madam Secretary, if you could please take roll.
Okay, I just want to make note that this is for both contracts on item 6.10, okay?
Okay.
Dr. Baxter, did you want to say something before I take the vote?
Nope.
All right, Student Trustee Jimenez?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk?
Oop, aye. I had it on mute. Aye.
Thank you. Doug Otto?
I say aye too, but Uduak had me on mute too.
Sunny Zia?
Aye.
And
motion carries. Thank you.
And Board President Malauulu, if you want to go back to the consent, this is not a revote. That's not allowed. Once you make your vote, you make your vote. But we're just going to be inclusive of Trustee Otto because he was away from his screen there.
I'm okay with that. Go ahead and take his vote and count it, please.
Okay. Trustee Otto, you missed out on the consent agenda with the exclusion of 6.3, 6.4, and 6.10. What is your vote?
I vote aye, and for the record, I had 1% left on my computer, so I was scrambling for a cord, but I now have a cord and I'm charging.
Okay, well, you're in.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Now we're going to move on to, and congratulations to everyone on the contracts being awarded, and thank you all for your patience. We're going to move on to section 7 on the agenda, human resources. And item 7.1, this is an action item. And it is the employment contract of Moises Gutierrez, Interim Dean, School of Science and Mathematics. I'll entertain a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Zia with the motion, Trustee Baxter with the second. Any discussion?
I would just like to say, I think this is a great direction that the college is going to take a faculty member and help that person move up the ranks, because Moises was a super math teacher, and now he's going to be an interim dean, and I think this is the right direction for the college to go.
I'd like to echo the same comments, as well as just mention that I think he's just a fantastic person and a consummate professional. I'm just really grateful to have people like Moises lead and be a role model for our students, and also have representation that the students can look up to someone that looks like them.
I completely concur with both of you. I think you both make great points, one about the faculty and one about a leader who is reflective of our student population. I think those are excellent points. If there's,
may I say
yes,
something?
Student trustee Jimenez?
Yes, about Moises. He's actually one of the first members that treated me as I'm not saying that none of the faculty members did this, but he remembered me. And we passed by each other once, or like he was in the same class as me. And then the next time he saw me, he recognized me and he like asked me how I was doing. And, you know, he just has a way of connecting with students that I don't get to see too often. So, you know, he's definitely a memorable person. I even served him at a restaurant that I was working at when he got tenure. So that was pretty fun to, you know, to serve the faculty and the staff of Long Beach City College, and then eventually be working with you all here. So yeah, I can't vote on this, but I do want to say that about him.
That's a great story. Thank you for sharing that. I actually once had a student serve me at a bar, so a little contrast there from the restaurant. It's kind of embarrassing. All right, any additional discussion on this item? Okay, Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye. All right, motion carries. Congratulations to Moises. Great job. Well deserved, if I may add. Item 7.2 on the agenda, employment contract, Yvonne Gutierrez, interim dean enrollment services. I'll entertain a motion and a second for this item.
Don't move.
Second. Motion by trustee Baxter, second by trustee Zia. Any discussion on this item? I would like to just add one thing, and it's not necessarily about this particular contract. It's a general statement regarding a lot of our employment contracts that I really do appreciate the feedback that we as board members often receive from employees who work in the respective departments whose contracts are up for either renewal or extension or just first time approval. Back to the comment that I made earlier about the consulting contracts that were being awarded. I was teaching at LBCC during a time when there was very little regard to the opinion and concern that some faculty members had regarding employment contracts. And I'm really happy that the college has departed from that. And I'm really happy that together with the administration that we are able to receive some of these concerns that are voiced to us regarding contracts, particularly when they affect students, when they're in areas where student services are concerned. So just thank you for everybody and all the due diligence and all the effort that you put into making sure that contracts are fair and that, you know, I firmly believe that a laborer is worth his wages. So it's nice to have that dialogue with our employees and members of the staff who are concerned and also who feel comfortable enough bringing it to the board. So having said that, Madam Secretary, if you can please take a roll call vote.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye. Did Uduak respond to that or did I interrupt?
No, he did.
Yeah, I said aye.
Okay, sorry about that. I thought I interrupted. Okay, motion carries. Item 7.3 on the agenda, employment contract. This is for Dr. William Huzak for interim athletic director. I'll entertain a motion for this item.
So moved.
I believe that was trustee Baxter with the motion
I'll second.
and trustee Zia with the second. Any discussion on this item?
Can I say one thing, President Malu?
Yes.
I'm happy that we have AD Husak back again and extended for a little more time. You know, one thing I didn't realize, I grew up playing football against his son a long time ago in the 90s. Guess where he went, President Malulu?
It was at Bosco?
Bosco, yeah.
Yeah,
So
he often tells me about St. John Bosco. I've got a freshman at Bosco now.
It's a very small world, but I didn't make that connection until just a few months ago. That what a small world we are. So I'm happy to have him back, and we've had some great conversations, and he's a great addition to the college.
And his son played football at Stanford.
That's the only thing I hold against him.
Fear
the tree, trustee Antuk, fear the tree. All right, so okay, this is a tough one for me, Dr. Huzak. I don't know if you're watching or not, but my heart is weeping that we don't have athletics. And I know that you've been working really hard to restore the athletics and to get students on campus, at least to be able to train. I've spoken to a few of the coaches. I've spoken to lots of athletes. We received emails. I don't know if the other board members received emails or not, but I've received multiple emails from student athletes. I've gotten a few calls from student athletes, and everybody is just, really heartbroken at just the state of JUCO athletics right now. And I've said this before, and I'll probably say it a million times until we get our athletics back. For many of our students, this is their last chance. This is it. This is their last opportunity to transfer. And Superintendent President Bynum and I have talked about this at length. We've talked about how cost prohibitive it would be to do COVID testing daily, or, we can't put students in a bubble. We don't have that kind of budget. Just the risk outweighs the benefits that we would see. And it's just really unfortunate. But Dr. Huzak, to you and your team, just please let everybody know that we haven't given up and we're still trying. And I know that there are meetings being held, and I appreciate you entering my remarks on the record. I think it was a month ago that you attended a meeting and I submitted some remarks. But, I'm just very sorry that we're not able to have athletics right now. And I wish I could wave a magic wand and just make it happen, because I know how important it is, especially with the timing of a lot of our athletes in their second year who have compromised years of eligibility left. So I just wish that there was more we can do. And with that, thank you for the hard work that you've done to try to make this happen. If nobody else would like to add to that discussion, Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak Joe Ennis?
Aye.
Doug Otto?
Aye.
Sunny Zia?
Aye.
Motion carries. And the last item is 7.4, employment contract for Mina Singhal, interim dean, language arts and communication. I'll entertain a motion in a second.
So moved.
I believe that was trustee
I
Zia.
defer to Sunny.
I think that was trustee Zia with the motion and trustee Baxter with the second. Any discussion?
Yes, I want to say Mina was an excellent administrator. She had to take time off because of a family situation, and I'm thrilled that she's back.
I too want to echo Trustee Baxter's comments. Mina has been fantastic for our students. A superb job. She's always professional and kind, and that's those two combinations are wonderful, and it's definitely admirable. And I'm really, really grateful that she's with us.
I concur. Thank you very much. And I'm also happy that things are better and that she's rejoining the family again. Madam Secretary, if you could please take roll call vote.
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak Joe Entuck?
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye. Motion carries. Now we're moving to section 8 on the agenda, and the first item is 8.1, new, modified, and inactivated courses. This is an action item, and for the benefit of the public, all of these documents and lists are available on board docs. So we do have several items. I'll entertain a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Zia with the motion, trustee Baxter with the second. Any discussion on the item? All right, Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye. Motion carries. Item 8.2 on the agenda, new and modified programs of study. This is also an action item. I'll entertain a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
I'm
Trustee
sorry, who
Zia
made
with-
the motion?
I made the
Trustee
motion.
Zia with the motion, trustee Baxter with the second. Any discussion on this item? Okay, all those, Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye. Motion carries. Item 9, now we're moving on to
8.3,
8.3 on the agenda, which is modifications to General Education Plan B and Plan C. This is another action item. I'll entertain a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
Student trustee.
Trustee Zia with the motion, I believe, and student
Yeah.
trustee Jenna Jimenez with the second, and then we need an official on record.
Trustee Baxter seconded as well.
Yeah.
Trustee Baxter with the second. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
student trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye. Motion carries. Now we'll move on to section 9 on the agenda, which is academic affairs. Item 9.1, this is a first reading. New board policy and administrative regulations 40XX, career and technical education programs. Yay. For the benefit of the public, the XX is in place of the number that will be assigned to this policy once it is approved.
Right.
And this, for the benefit of the public, has 2 attachments available on board docs regarding our CTE programs. I'll entertain actually, no, it's just a first reading.
That's correct.
Go to item 9.2, which is also a first reading. New board policy and administrative regulations 40XX, instructional service agreements. This is also a first reading. And we will go to item 9.3, revised board policy 4002, disabled student program services known as DSPS. This is a first reading, and there are attachments to this on board docs. And that concludes section 9 of the agenda. Now we're moving on to section 10. This is administrative and business services. Item 10.1 is a resolution of intent to approve easements granted to the city of Long Beach at the Pacific Coast campus for the purposes of maintaining and operating underground utilities. This is an action item, and it does have a resolution attached.
So moved.
Trustee
Second.
Zia with the motion. Was that trustee Ntuk?
Yeah, that was me.
Trustee, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. I couldn't distinguish the voice. Trustee Ntuk with the second. Any discussion on this item? I have a question for Vice President Drinkwine on the easements of this. I remember that, I think this is the one that you sent me, right? That required a signature. Was this the resolution?
No, that was separate. That document from you was for the state, for some state funding. This is a separate issue. And just really briefly, it's where we have the parking structure at PCC. The city already had an easement on that property so they can access water and sewer lines. So this is actually a slight modification of that easement. It lines out where that easement now is. And basically it tells us we really can't put any permanent structures in that area that would prevent the city from being able to access that infrastructure if they needed to have repairs or maintenance.
Got it. Do you happen to know if it's off of Walnut or off of PCH? I'm just curious.
Sure. Attached to the resolution is actually a map of the item, and I am going to my version of that so I can see.
That's okay. I could look it up. It's just that, as you know, I have some constituents in that area who've been asking a lot of questions about the parking structure. So I just want to be prepared, but I can certainly look that up. We don't have to take time during the meeting.
Well, really quickly, it does run from Walnut to May Avenue, parallel to Pacific Coast Campus, or Pacific Coast Highway rather, but kind of right underneath the parking structure.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. All right, Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Jimenez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuck,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
Sunny,
Aye.
Sunny Zia. Sunny Zia?
I said aye.
Oh, your microphone was off.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Item 10.2 on the agenda, approve amendment to institutional memberships for 2020 to 2021. This is an action item.
So moved.
And if I understand correctly, that this should have been done at the June meeting, but there is an oversight that excluded it. So I'll entertain a motion and a second for this membership. It's for the Rio College California Coalition.
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Baxter with the motion, trustee Untuck with the second. Any discussion?
Yes, I just want to speak in favor of this, and I'm glad it's being added to the list. The Rio College California Coalition deals with student homelessness. So it's, to me, it's very important that the college is a member of this group.
I agree. Thank you.
We're already a member of the
What's that, trustee Otto?
never mind.
What's
Never
the
mind.
membership fee? I didn't see it in the, is there a membership fee?
I think it's-
Like
don't
food and drink wine, is there an amount?
There is a membership fee, and please forgive me, I don't have it in front of me. If recollection serves, it's in the neighborhood of $4,000 a year. The membership fee would be paid from general unrestricted funds to support it, as it does for all the other institutional memberships, but I will provide that to you first thing in the morning. I apologize for its omission from the board item.
Okay, no problem. Thanks.
That's a lot of money. What does the $4,000 cover?
And like I said, I am going from memory, and I'd rather overestimate than underestimate, so I apologize for that. But the membership allows us not just representation, but additional services. It is through Dr. Munoz's area, so I'd like to defer to him to give a more full explanation.
So
Okay.
as part of our membership, we are able to participate in special professional development opportunities. There's a conference that happens statewide that we're actually going to be participating in. So that it gives you access to that network, as well as Rio College does their annual survey that allows us to participate on their survey to be able to do that, to be able to collect data from our students, as well as they do advocacy. And so when you think about the bill that provided us the resources to do our partnership with Jovenes, they're oftentimes Rio College is that group that's doing that advocacy. So it's really about being able to be connected with that consortium of best practices, access to research, data, surveys, as well as that advocacy network that they're doing on behalf of all the colleges in the state.
And it is 4,000.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's not, I mean, that's really nominal compared to the amount of money we pay for memberships to CCLC, ACCT. I think those are like in 50 grand plus a year. So this will help our homeless students, and I'm in favor of it. But perhaps in the future we can codify the number, the value on the agenda for clarity purposes.
I think that's a good point, Trustee Zia. If we can add amounts to the memberships. I know that there was a meeting a while back where there was an attachment that listed all of our annual memberships that we paid for that had the month that they were due and the amount. So I don't know if that's an annual thing that we get, but it'd be nice to revisit that. Maybe with the budget, when we do the budget, annual budget report, we can include that also.
Certainly, and it is typically an annual item that comes to you at the beginning of every school year. So we'll ensure that document reflects the annual cost of each of those memberships.
Thank you very much. Any additional discussion on this item? Okay, Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Jimenez. Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Now we will move to section 11 on the agenda, student services. And I'm really excited about actually all of these updates that we have. We have 3 updates. Dr. Munoz, I will defer to you for all of them. 11.1, the Latinx Heritage Month celebration update.
Thank you, Board President Malulu. As President Bynum did earlier, she did a really good job of highlighting some of our activities and events for Latinx Heritage Month. I really want to call out the planning committee and their efforts. There was a lot of intentionality in thinking about how do we create a level of engagement and community while we're working remotely and everything is online. So we had numerous events this year. And like I said, I'm not going to go over each one, but just to give you some context, we had about 35 faculty, staff, and administrators engage with the planning of the different events. And we had over 25 events this month that were virtual. So what I'd like to do is I'm going to ask Dario to cue. We did a Latinx Heritage Month video that was released in the middle of the month, kind of to really celebrate and unify the campus. It's a 9-minute video, so we're not going to show the 9-minute video, but what Josh and their team and Stacy and the team did is they kind of made a edited down version that we're going to show to highlight some of the things that we did this month. So if Dario, when you're ready to cue the video, we should be able to watch that together.
Saludos! I am proud to be Latino and happy to be celebrating Latinx Heritage Month at Long Beach City College.
I'm Mexican American and I'm proud.
I am Chicana and I am proud.
I'm Mexican American and I'm proud.
My family and I are proud to be Mexican American.
Latinx Heritage Month is a time when, as Americans, we recognize the positive impacts and influence of the Latinx community to the history, culture, and achievements of the United States. For me personally, it's not only a time to celebrate our history and achievements, but is also about bringing awareness to our community and highlight the people and struggles that oftentimes don't get highlighted.
Hello, this is Dolores Huerta. I like to celebrate Latino Heritage Month by just telling everyone about all the contributions that Latinos have made to help build the United States of America, and also asking them to Google the map of the United States before 1848. And guess what? A third of the United States was Mexico.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Bienvenidos. I was born in San Pedro Sula, Honduras. That's a small little tiny city in a small little tiny country in Central America. I came to the United States when I was 7 years old and I spoke 0 English. There are several things that my family and I do to celebrate our Honduran background, but the thing that we tend to do the most is by enjoying delicious Honduran food.
It's very important for LBCC to celebrate Latinx Heritage Month. Long Beach City College is proud to be a Hispanic serving institution, a designation given to colleges with a large population of Latinx students. More than half of our students identify as Latinx. But that's not the only reason why we celebrate Latinx Heritage Month. Long Beach City College believes that our rich diversity within our campus community is our strength.
I am from Costa Rica and I identify as Latino. Tico Pura Vida.
I am Mexicana and proud.
My name is James David Martinez and I am proud to be Latino.
I'm Latina and proud.
With 56% of our students at LBCC identifying as Latinx, it is important that our students see their culture and history represented here at Long Beach City College. It's not only important for Latinx students, but for all students from all backgrounds to learn about the positive impacts and influence of Latinx Americans. We are all stronger together. Adelante Vikings, go Vikings.
Okay, so that, yeah, thanks, Jerry. It's a round of applause. So that was our short video of Latinx Heritage Month. But again, it was really a message, a love letter to our campus and community of Long Beach City College really being a place that values diversity. And again, I want to acknowledge and thank the leadership of President Bynum, who was very supportive of not only speaking in the video, but also just making time for different events. Like she was present at the Voto Latino event with State Senator. And it just was a really great month-long celebration. And so again, I don't think we need to take any more time on this because, like I said, many of the other activities were already highlighted, but we did want to share the video. There is one more thing I would like to share with you about Latinx Heritage Month that was just, I think, extremely impressive. And that is a group of our librarians and faculty got together and developed a Latinx library resource. I'm wondering, Dario, do you have the website, the Latinx Heritage Month website up? If you don't worry about it. If you do and you can put it up, it would be great. But, you know, if you haven't gotten a chance, I'd encourage you to visit the Latinx Heritage Month website and click on the library resources. They did a beautiful job of curating databases, videos, quotes, books, learning resources. And, you know, and I really want to acknowledge my colleague, Dr. Scott, because her area, along with student equity and lottery funds, funded this effort. And so it's a lot to be proud of. And so, like, again, I've said, if you haven't seen it, I encourage you to check out that site. So that would conclude my report on Latinx Heritage Month update.
Outstanding, really well done. Appreciate all the effort that you and your team are making to still give our students some semblance of normalcy and to continue to make them feel included. So really appreciate the effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
11.2.
Chair Malauulu, I'd like to say.
Yes, sorry, Trustee Zia. Yes, please do.
No, I just wanted to thank you for such a wonderful presentation. And I love the music. I love everything about it. It would just be awesome if we could also get the names of the people who participated. I didn't see it in the title besides our executive management. I really appreciate what you also said about that it's important not just for the Latinx community, but for all communities to learn about the history and the impact that the Latino community has made. It's so wonderful, and not many people know this, but the Latino community really took me in as an immigrant when I first moved to the States, immigrated to the States. They couldn't, first of all, they didn't believe that I wasn't Latina, but I was the only Persian kid, Persian Jewish kid in the very, very homogenous area in Central Valley. And the only community that really took care of me was the Mexican American community, the Latina community. And I really appreciate that. In fact, they nicknamed me Sunny Garcia. They said, "You're not Sunny Garcia." So I've lived with that name since I was 9, and I'm really proud of that. And I'm really proud of all of you for doing what you're doing and really highlighting the impact and making our staff and students proud, and recognizing that the Board of Trustees really highlights and emphasizes the pride that we have in the Latinx community. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Zia. You know, since you gave me that segue, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to take just a quick minute. I really would like to name all the folks that were involved in the planning. It's a long list, but I'm going to go through really quick, and I'll just do it rapid fire. Just a big thank you to Linda Olmos, Stacy Toda, Lauren Zale, Esteban Alfaro, Lupe Pacias, Professor Otto Figueroa, Milo Alvarez, Veronica Alvarez, Nevon Watson, Bernadette Gonzalez, Matt Lawrence, Jay faculty, Derek Ori, Carlos Ramos, Melissa Ramirez, Jose Gutierrez, Justin Mendez, Eric Becerra, Andrew Boyquin, Jerome Hunt, Brad Critchfield, Professor Calle Pope, and the Latino Faculty and Staff Association. Like I said, it really was a very large group effort. I didn't want to, I was like, should I name the names and read off everybody? But I think it's important we do. And then for the library faculty resources that they did, it was Fabiola Archila, Shamika Simpson, Lizette Rodriguez, Carlos Ramos, Melissa Ramirez, Matt Lawrence, Milo Alvarez, Gilbert Estrada, Gerardo Monterrubio, Cassandra Hernandez Rios, Enrique Gonzalez, Rio Medina, Jeff Sobol, and Esmeralda Medina. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you for doing that. That's wonderful.
I had it here. I was looking at it. It was bugging me too. So thank you.
Maybe we can capture it in the video as well for the next round in the future.
No, I think that was a good ask and a good move, Dr. Munoz. Thank you very much. And I've always believed that your team really experienced just this bolt of electricity when you got into that department and really stepped up and started doing a lot of amazing things. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, 11.2 on the agenda. This is an athletics update. Dr. Munoz, back to you.
Thank you. And real quick, just last thing, I cannot not acknowledge Jerome Thomas for the video. That was amazing. So now we'll do athletics. So before you and your included in board docs, we have an executive summary from athletics. I think about 2 board meetings ago, there were some questions or concerns about the status and the update of athletics. So I asked our interim athletic director, Dr. Bill Husak, to prepare an executive summary that will highlight some of the key efforts that have been going on since the pandemic and what the impacts have been on athletics. So a couple things I would draw your attention to in the executive summary. I obviously won't read the whole summary to you, but I would like to kind of highlight a few things. So one is a recognition that we are somewhat in a holding pattern right now until probably later on this month, we'll know the status of spring sports. So fall sports were tabled till spring. And so hopefully by the end of the month, we'll have a better understanding of whether or not we will be able to continue with some form of spring sports. If we do continue with spring sports, please know that it will be a shortened season. We're looking at only about a 70% of season to kind of really be responsive to where we're at in the pandemic. Also, another key point, I think, in the executive summary is the idea that the group has been working very closely on the resocialization plan. So in fact, the group met today to discuss the resocialization plan, and that has been a cross-departmental efforts. That's not just the athletic department, but you have folks from facilities, from risk management engaged, because we have to look at the resocialization plan from all levels and angles. And so that has been in place so that when we do get permission to be able to bring sports back, we're able to respond in a timely manner. So those would be, I think, the key highlights, but you know, we are working really hard to be prepared and ready. And I want to again acknowledge the leadership of President Bynum. She's been very instrumental in advocating. I think this is very important to recognize. I go periodically to the department meetings at athletics, and they would say to me, you know, we've never even had a vice president come to these meetings before. Well, guess what? They went up. They never had a president come before, and President Bynum went to their last department meeting to really be there and offer support and show that, you know, the executive team is taking this very seriously, and we're going to do all that we can to support our student athletes. So again, thank you to President Bynum for her leadership on that as well.
Thank you. And please don't give up with athletics. Whatever you're doing, just keep at it and let me know and anybody else who's interested in supporting this effort, let us know if there's something else that we could be doing. I know I've heard of petitions, I've heard of different things that people are doing, but just let us know so we can make it official.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 11.3. This is also for you, Dr. Munoz, dual enrollment update.
And again, many of these executive summaries are in response to either questions or requests from board members. So I think it was Trustee Baxter, Dr. Baxter, that wanted an update on dual enrollment and kind of the impacts in response to the pandemic. So if I can refer you to your executive summary, there's 2 forms of dual enrollment that we look at here at the college. We have both the early college program, pathway program, as well as independent dual enrollment. And so you have in front of you both the unduplicated and duplicated headcounts for both independent dual enrollment and EC PP, as well as we know that there's always that intentionality in moving towards a more equity-minded or race-conscious lens. So we also disaggregated the data so that you can look at the data by race and ethnicity as well. And so you can see, just looking at the unduplicated headcount for dual enrollment for that's not EC PP, we had a very sharp increase. Fall 2019 was about 205 students. This past fall, or this current fall, I should say, 595 students. So we've more than doubled, you know, almost even got close to tripling those numbers. Our ECPP numbers actually have gone down a little bit, or not, excuse me, they've gone up. They were 72 in fall of 2019 and went up to 112 for fall of 2020 unduplicated headcount. And then if you look at our race and ethnicity data, which picks up on the second slide, or excuse me, on pages 2 and 3, you can see that especially when we look at our unduplicated headcount for our early college pathways program, it really mirrors much of the enrollment trends and patterns that we see in Long Beach Unified. So with Latino students making up the largest demographic, and then our Asian Filipino students, Black and African American, and white, with actually are one of our smallest enrollments. Again, we are paying attention to these numbers. It's very important to us to not only increase these numbers, but also make sure that we're looking at any kind of equity gaps. So I'll pause and take any questions that you may have on the executive summary for dual enrollment in early college.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz. Does anybody have any questions or comments regarding this agenda item? All right, thank you very much. You had 3 big reports today. Appreciate your time and effort. Now we're going to move on to section 12 on the agenda, and these are reports. So we are going to board reports, and I have a message here that Dr. Baxter is our board representative for the accreditation standard 4C governing board. Dr. Baxter, do you have a report on that?
Yes and no. I attended my first meeting, and the reason I say yes and no is it was kind of a joke. I was in my old office that I've now vacated, and I didn't realize it didn't have a camera and it didn't have a microphone on my computer. So I could hear everything, but they couldn't hear me. But I used the chat, and I let them know my opinions about things. But I look forward to being on this committee, and I'll know now to be in my home with my camera and my audio. And we meet November 17th for our next meeting. I found the midterm accreditation report, and I'm studying this, and there's all these wonderful minutes that have been taken and all kinds of reports that they've shared with me. So I am thankful that I am the representative on that accreditation subcommittee.
Thank you for accepting my nomination for you to be on that.
Oh, I didn't know you nominated me. Thank you.
Dr. Baxter, and I can't think of anybody better to actually serve on that committee with your many years of institutional knowledge and experience. So thank you for that. I know that we're in good hands, and I know that we've got a long road ahead of us toward accreditation. So I'm confident we're going to get us there.
I say that committee works very, very hard. And they've got other jobs. Kathy Scott, Jerry Florence, CC Sadler, they have Aaron Murphy, they have other jobs besides this. And so I really appreciate the fact that they're devoting such time to this subcommittee.
I seconded your nomination.
Oh.
I think everybody seconded your nomination, Dr. Baxter. I don't think anybody wanted to take that from you. All right, so would you like to go right into your trustee report?
Oh, absolutely. I'm so glad you asked me. Okay, these are the things I've been doing since the last board meeting. On September 30th, I attended the Don and Maria Cochran Scholarship presentation. This is a scholarship for a Long Beach City College student given, a graduate of Jordan High School, given by the Cochrans for a Long Beach City College student. And this young man is so deserving. He's an Eagle Scout. He really is a great achiever, and I'm hoping we can get him in. He's very, very shy. And I'm hoping that we can get him into the President's Ambassadors because he's an honor student and very, very sharp and would be a great role model. And I think it would be a good experience for him. I'm sure he's glad that I'm suggesting him. Then on October 1st, I attended the Foundation Executive Committee as your representative. On October 3rd, I attended the American Association of University Women meeting at which there was a talk about the reconciliation program that, of course, Vice President Untuck and I were involved in. And this was a presentation by Councilman Rex Richardson, Long Beach Unified School Board member Juan Benitez, and Kelly Palacios from the city of Long Beach. On October 5th, I had the honor, and I want to thank, as this serves as my report, to attend the ACCT National Convention. I attended a seminar on financial aid. I thought, and I wrote a paper one time on financial aid, and how kind of bothered me what they said. When in doubt, file for it. And you know, you can get yourself in a lot of trouble if you don't know what you're doing in financial aid. But it was very interesting. There's also a seminar on trustees and their relationship. Then on October 6th, there was a presentation by Allen Hancock College about graduation rate improvement. And I'll talk to Superintendent President Biden about that. Then also a presentation on the board and CEO. And then on October 7th, our wonderful President Malauulu was presented with an award, a regional award for trustee leadership. And she is featured, I had the magazine right here. Here we go. Featured in this wonderful magazine put out. Now, if I were organized like others, I would have had Dario put that on. But anyway, congratulations to her. Then on October 8th, I attended on a McDonald House meeting. On October 9th, same day, very busy. There was ACCT had a seminar on CEO search. October 19th, I attended the student housing. I was interviewed by the Student Housing Committee. October 14th, the facilities meeting. October 15th, CCEJ training. October 17th, salute to former Councilwoman Diane Du Bois from Lakewood, who is retiring, and it was very cute. They had a drive-through and people honked their horns and did all kinds of exciting things, and I was there to represent the fact that I represent the city of Lakewood, but also Long Beach City College. October 19th, I was at an AAUW board meeting. October 21, special closed session. October 23, I signed the beam of the new kinesiology lab. October 24th, I participated in the Long Beach Rotary food drive, and we collected 6,000 pounds of food for the Long Beach City College Pantry. That represents 300 families who were served, Long Beach City College students and their families. So you're thinking 500 to 600 real people, because many, many of our students have children. And those foods, the donations were distributed either Monday or Tuesday of this week. And I want to salute Justin Mendez, who coordinated this with the college and also Long Beach Rotary. And very, very well organized, and people had a good time, and it was a very, very positive experience. And so I really thank the Rotary and also the Basic Needs and Student Services for putting that together. Then, whatever night it was, I can't remember now, October 26th, I attended the LACSTA, which is Los Angeles County Student Trustees Association meeting. And we elected representatives for the 5 supervisor, anyway, representing the 5 supervisors. October 28th, and I thought this was really good. This was today. Craig Hendricks, who's retired history faculty, through the Senior Studies program, gave a prelude to the election And then on November 18th, he's going to talk about the election after it's over. And it was very, very well presented. There were 38 people tuned in and paying $20, I want you to know, to listen to his assessment. And then plus they had all kinds of input from people. And very, very interesting. Talked about the Electoral College, talked about all kinds of historical situations. And so I thought it was very well done. Then I just wanted to point out that there is a group on Facebook called Growing Up in Long Beach. And someone directed me to this. And it was, did you attend Long Beach City College and who were your favorite teachers? I want to tell you that 300, because I counted them, 300 faculty members were mentioned. One of them was Greg Florence. One of them was me. This sounds crazy. I always report to the faculty, and so I'm going to tell them the names of the people, but I'm starting with the people who are alive. Because think about if you're growing up in Long Beach and Facebook, you're probably 50 or 60 years old. So most of the faculty that they mention are no longer, they're alive, but they're no longer teaching. But I'm going to send it out because I think this is a real testimonial to our faculty and how students remember. Jerry, I have to tell you, said some guy named Greg who taught speech, but I figured out it was your husband. Anyway, but again, what a tribute to Long Beach City College that these people would write in and say who their favorite teachers were. And so I thought that was really neat. Then I promised Sky Angulo that I would mention, and I think this is fantastic, again, talking about faculty pivoting and all that kind of stuff. The LBCC Choir and Dance Department are doing their first virtual choir and dance performance. And Kathy, you probably know more about this than I do. I'm going to tell you because I didn't write down the whole link, but if you go to Sky Angulo or the Department of Choir and Dance, you can find out about it. But I promised her I would announce that. But I'm so proud of our faculty. And then lastly, I want to ask that we adjourn the meeting in memory of 3 college retirees, college people who have died in this past month. One of them has not been talked about, so I'll talk about her first and then I'll talk about the other 2. But Helen Clark, God bless her, 101 years old, would have been 102 on Christmas Day, has died. And Helen taught child development, and her husband, Harmon Clark, was the executive vice president, in the 70s, and just a lovely person, a wonderful teacher, wonderful child development teacher, and a personal friend. So I want to recognize her. And then we've heard about Elizabeth Cañada, who I did not personally know, but from what Jerry talked about, sounded like a wonderful person. And then Barbara Lemley, who I did know because she was the person working in Upward Bound, which was in the same office as the foundation. And every day you'd come in and Barbara gave a beautiful smile and was such a lovely, lovely person. And so I want to adjourn the meeting in memory of those 3 people. And that is my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter, and I will return to you at the conclusion of the meeting so we can adjourn in those names.
Okay.
All right, Trustee Otto, I don't see you there at your chair. Not sure if you could hear me, but do you have a report this evening? Okay, hearing none. All right, so Trustee Untuck, do you have a report this evening?
I do.
And you try to compete with that.
Yeah,
I did try to listen. I didn't hear Trustee say anything, so he passed. At my job, we refer that as a flop. He flopped.
Well, I will take up all of his time then and go double Trustee Baxter's time. No, I won't go that long. Just a couple things. First, just want to remind our students how important next week is an election. It's our general election for president, Congress, Assembly, state ballot measures. It's a unique opportunity. We have 2 vote centers on campus, even though the campus is closed. And this is the first time that every registered voter got a ballot in the mail. So if students lost their ballot or needs to get a new one, it's probably too late now, but they can go into a vote center and cast a provisional ballot. And there's vote centers all throughout the city. But two things that we talked about earlier, Prop 15 and Prop 16 are big for the college. We as a board, majority vote, supported both propositions. Prop 15 would bring approximately $9 million a year in new operating expenses to the college. That's phased in over several years. It's on commercial properties, over $3 million. It's not on residential property units. So it's both for the school district, community college, and the city, new revenue opportunity. So, you know, we're voting yes on Prop 15, and then Prop 16 is restoration of affirmative action in California, undoing Prop 209 from 1996. There's a bunch of great articles and op-eds in support. I hear that it's up 5% in the polls and will be passing, and hopefully everyone can vote for it and help push it over the top. But that's next week. This last month, I had a couple of really great meetings. One, I was a panelist with Accelerator for America, which is a nonprofit about jobs of the future and infrastructure in America, led by Mayor Garcetti, and had an opportunity to talk about Long Beach City College and our great work on the MC3 program and our cannabis workforce development training program, and just all the transfer and job training that, you know, thinking about construction jobs and restoration of the trades. The construction is exempt from the COVID-19 health orders. It's a critical infrastructure, and, you know, construction continues. You know, think about this tremendous economic strain, and Long Beach has had the highest level of unemployment in city history. It got up to 25% earlier this year. That construction jobs are a great pathway for people who may be out of work, and Long Beach City College is part of that now, helping people be ready for that infrastructure job. So we had an opportunity to talk about that. I know President Malauulu is going to get mad at me for this, but I met with Arizona State, and the other school in Arizona.
No, that's my husband.
George.
My husband went to Arizona. I don't care. He cares.
Okay, all right. I know that interstate old Pac-10 rivalry. So we met with Arizona State, and man, they are here in California. They are making a play to be a new university in Southern California. They have a campus in downtown LA, and they are near finalizing their Cal Grant eligibility. Students will be able to go to Arizona State for the same cost it would cost them to go to Cal State Dominguez Hills or Cal State LA. And they're going to have both FAFSA and Cal Grant, or so it'd be both Pell Grant and Cal Grant eligible for students. And their goal, especially for low income students or eligible students, to have zero student loans. So the nice thing is you don't have to travel or move to Arizona to go to Arizona State. You just got to get on the metro, and you can take the blue line downtown to the red line, and now you're going to college at Arizona State. Who would have thought?
Okay, sorry to interrupt, but my husband heard you, and he said, yeah, they take anybody.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. It's one notch above the Wildcats. But yeah, those Sun Devils are here, and they're interested in articulation agreements and partnerships, and expanding their alumni network with Long Beach City College. So it was a very good conversation. You know, no deals were inked, no agreements were made, no commitments were had, but it was very good conversation with their outreach and enrollment folks of what exactly they're trying to do in LA. So that was really exciting. Lastly, I want to thank the Long Beach City College Foundation and our staff members. You know, we had a follow-up meeting on the Wakanda Fund. I know that folks may think it sounds funny or it's comical because it's a comic book. Marvel did Black Panther, but if you watch Black Panther, the movie, it was, award-winning movie. It's all about STEM and vibranium and using science and technology to solve humanity's problems. And at the end, they work, they decide to help the people who are not technical folks. And
And so we had a second meeting on the establishment of the Wakanda Fund, which would be a new comprehensive African-American student fund that we're doing with Long Beach City College Foundation. There's quite a bit of interest in supporting Black student achievement, and want to cast a wide as net as possible for folks who want to donate and contribute to help the Emoja program and Justice Scholars program and other scholarships and book grants and laptop opportunities. So just want to thank Dr. Munoz and his team and Paul at the foundation for their hard work, and I think we're going to be pretty soon ready to unveil the Wakanda Fund a little bit broader. So that's all I had. I tried to do half the time of Trustee Baxter and all of the time of Trustee Otto, and I yield my time.
I actually enjoy Trustee Baxter's reports. I don't know why. I think she and I tend to report the most thorough information. So leave us.
I enjoy her reports too.
Okay, Trustee Otto, you get a second bite at the apple. Oh man, Trustee Otto.
He walked away again.
He flopped again. Okay, Trustee Zia, do you have a report?
Yeah, I just have a couple of items to mention. First of all, I wanted to explain, since there was no opportunity for discussion on the item for my medical emergency that was agendized. In the past, I've voted for board members who couldn't attend, namely Trustee Otto, because of medical emergencies. But I've always had a little bit of a challenge with this policy or this touch point. Personally, I think whether it's excused or not, whether it's a medical emergency as it's contemplated in our policies and procedures, I just think, if you can't attend, even though mine was a medical emergency, and I want to explain that, I was in the ICU. There was no way I could have communicated with my board members. And luckily I made it through 4 days later, actually 5 days later, 4 days in the ICU. And I'm just grateful that I can be here before you and getting a second chance and just enjoying the miracle of life. So that's why I couldn't attend. That's why I couldn't communicate. I've been pretty much out for a month and trying to get back on my feet. And I would have voted, I would have abstained on the item. And personally, I don't think I should have gotten the stipend, even though I appreciate the consideration and the item being contemplated. So with that, I also want to mention that, if anybody, any family member or student who lives in Orange County, there's about 90,000 folks who have been affected and evacuated because of the fires. One of the boards that I've served in the past, and it's this wonderful organization, they are offering resources. They offer resources to refugees and displaced Americans. It's called TIA Foundation. If anybody needs support on that front, the organization is fantastic. It's spelled T as in Tom, IYAA. So I just wanted to kind of flag that for folks in case, it's T as in Tom, IYYA. And it's tia.org. In case anybody needs support, any member of our community and our family at Long Beach City College, it's important that we support each other and come together as a family, whoever needs it. It's just really burgeoning throughout the county of Orange and neighboring counties such as ourselves in Long Beach. And that's pretty much all I have. And thank you for indulging me on my couple of items.
Thank you, Trustee Zia. Trustee Otto, you get a third bite of the apple if you'd like to make a report today.
I'm carefully watching my thing. Well, the first thing, I will be very brief. However, this is news that I am going to challenge Trustee Zia with, excuse me, not Trustee Zia, Trustee Baxter with. During the course of this meeting, I got a text message from Christopher Davison. Christopher Davison is a professor here at Long Beach City College, and here's what he wrote. I forwarded this already to President Bynum. It says, "Hey Doug, did you know Eddie Van Halen passed away earlier this week?" I figured you did. Turns out that some of his first public performances were right here at Long Beach City College. As a child, Eddie won Long Beach City College's annual piano competition 3 years in a row from 64 to 67. I wonder if there's an LBCC historian or someone similar who would be able to provide more details on the annual piano competition. And in terms of community impact, thousands of kids entered every year. And so it must have been a huge deal for the Long Beach City College and across the Southland. And there must be quite a number of people who were in these competitions as kids who remember what it was like. Eddie was a kid who couldn't read music and who had just started learning the piano 3 years earlier when he first won the LBCC competition in 1964. And then 20 years later, he was literally flying across stages in front of 100,000 people. In addition to former contestants, that would be interesting to hear from anyone who was in the LBCC audience during that time. They must have known they were looking at a prodigy even then. So this is a part of Long Beach City College history that I had a vestigial memory of, but not much. And Jenny, did you know all about this?
Yes, Chris communicated with me, Doug, and I have sent the information to the alumni director, Paula Barrow. And I see Robert Rometta is still on. And if his mother was alive, she, I know, would know all about this. But unfortunately, she's gone, and I miss her. Like Kane Keating is gone, and Bob Pritchard's gone. So, and Dick Jones. So the quote unquote old timers are gone. But yes, we're going to do some research into it through the alumni office. But thank you, Doug, for reminding me.
Okay, good. So I've been really busy with community college stuff, unified school district stuff, but on my own, I've been thinking a lot about governance and board meetings, and I've done a lot of reading on what they call student outcomes focused governance, and there are programs that are put together by a group around the United States, and they have categories of not student focused, it's outcomes focused, approaching, these are steps, approaching student outcomes focus. Third is meeting student outcomes focus, and 4 is mastering student outcomes focus. And they talk about the things that would be indicative of moving from one stage to the next. And I'm obviously not going to talk about this very long, but I will say that one of the things that they do is that they look at a board agenda and they say, how much of this agenda is devoted to student outcomes, not adult inputs, not adult outputs, and not adult outcomes, but student outcomes. And virtually no boards have a very high number of these, but one of the things they do is they work towards achieving agendas that have higher percentages of student outcomes. So it's interesting stuff. I'd be happy to share more information with people if they're interested, but the hour is very late, and I'm glad to be here. I think it was a good meeting. Thanks.
Thank you. I have a pretty lengthy report, not because actually because so much is going on, but because it's been so long since our last meeting. So rather than it being just 3 or 4 weeks since our last meeting, it's been 6 or 7 weeks since our last meeting. So I'm going to go as quickly as I can. And Dario has some photos that he's going to display. And I hope I don't mess him up because that's already out of order, Dario, but that's my fault because I sent you that one first. So that's kind of my bad. I want to start with, I don't have a photo for this. So on September 9th, and Dario, you can turn off that photo if you want, and I'll try to cue you when it's time to turn it on. So our last meeting was September 9th. On September 10th, I had the great opportunity to be a guest speaker in Dr. Margaret Shannon's creative writing class. and it was on Zoom, and it was really a lot of fun. And she actually took a couple of great pictures and sent them to me, but unfortunately I wasn't able to retrieve them from the email that she sent. But if any of our students happen to ever hear this, I just want to say that I really enjoyed the questions, because there was a creative writing assignment that they had to produce, and they were asking questions that really had to target that assignment. So thank you to Dr. Shannon for giving me the opportunity to speak to your students. And then as the month continued, on September 13th, we did have the COC meeting, in which we were able to discuss the applicants for the Citizens Oversight Commission with Luann Bynum and Marlene Drinkwine. And just want to say thank you to all of the community members who applied for that position. And just to continue applying, because there are other appointments, and it's only a 2-year term, but we appreciate the interest that people in the community have to serve the district. So don't be discouraged if you weren't selected, and please continue to apply. On September 15th, we had, everything, by the way, is on Zoom. So it's really convenient, because all of these things are happening on Zoom. We did have the board CCEJ training, which I felt was outstanding. I really enjoyed hearing the perspectives from the other board members, particularly when it came to their own experiences with race relations. So thank you. And I'm curious if we could later maybe get a report from the other administrators and staff members who also underwent the CCEJ training. Maybe we can get an evaluation or a summary, because I'd really like to read, their reaction to it. On September 24th, I had an opportunity to address the President's Leadership Council. That's a committee on campus that I always enjoy visiting. I try to go at least once a semester. Sometimes it just works out once a year. But I really appreciate all of the leaders on campus for the work that they do in their respective departments. On September 24th, and with this one, Dario, you can go ahead and show that Labor Center flyer, because September 24th was a really big day. I have 1 billion people to thank for the hard work that they did for the Labor Center. And just in the interest of time, and because I'm afraid I might leave somebody out, I have written a bunch of thank you cards, and I'm trying to deliver them or get them to you, because I know nobody's on campus. But I'm just really grateful for everybody that contributed to the Labor Center, and I'm really excited about the opportunities. Melissa Infacino, I really want to single her out, because she's been so patient with me. We actually have meetings pending that we haven't been able to have, but she's been working really hard with the Workforce Development Department and trying to develop a calendar of activities and events. And Melissa, I just really thank you for being patient with me, and we will meet and we will get all those great activities and ideas that you have off the ground. And also I want to thank all of the partners that have committed to assisting us hosting events and working with our groups on campus, especially our students, to be able to provide information, history, access, opportunity, job training for our students. Thank you very much to the faculty. I was really pleasantly surprised on the 24th at the comments that were happening to the live stream. The video was, it was a pre-recorded video that we broadcast live, and it went up into a couple of hundred comments, and I was really pleasantly surprised to read positive feedback from a lot of our faculty. And then people who took the time to reach out and send me a message or a text or an email, because a lot of people know how much the Labor Center meant to me and how much time I had invested into that in the past couple of years. So, like I said, 1 billion people to thank. Luann, Marlene, Kathy, thank you so much. Mike, Jean, really want to thank the communications team, Josh, Stacy, Camille, Jerome, Brad, the videos, all the work that was done, the IT department, and then also to the 4 speakers that we had that day. I don't think, unless you're connected to labor, I don't think people understand what a big deal it was to have Dolores Huerta speak on our Labor Day Center video. That was huge. That was like on a scale of 1 to 10, it was off the charts. And then we had State Senator Maria Elena Durazno, who was also a big labor name, Ron Herrera and Ron Miller. So really grateful to them because they added that extra element of authenticity. We couldn't have a labor event without having them involved. And of course, my only regret is that we couldn't do this in person. So hopefully the pandemic will go away and we will be able to have like a 1-year anniversary celebration next year and we can bring everybody together. So thank you for that. Dario, there's a picture of some balloons there. If you can highlight that balloon photo. Just want to say thank you to certain people on campus who came to my house that morning and delivered balloons and donuts and this wonderful framed poster with information about the Labor Center. And that photograph there is Harry Bridges. He's the Australian immigrant who founded the ILWU, which is my union. But the joke was you can't have a ribbon cutting without donuts and balloons. So we couldn't have it in person, but I did get a delivery of donuts and balloons and I was able to enjoy it. And then Dario, there's one more photo I sent you and I think it's got Ron Herrera's picture. And I don't want you to highlight the photo because of Ron Herrera. I just want you to show the number of viewers at the bottom of the picture. I think it's, I want to say 140 something, I can't remember. But if you look down at the bottom, it says 157 watching now. So I think we got into the 160 live viewers. And if we'd had this event in person, I don't think we would have had 160 people tuning in to watch. I think we would have been lucky if we got 20 or 30 people to show up. Maybe Dolores Huerta would have, brought in about 50 people on her own, but we would have never been able to get 160 people. So I was watching it live and I was reading the comments. And as you can tell, I'm very excited. It was a bit of a dream come true for me. So thank you, everybody. All right, now the 24th, the same day as the Labor Center video, was a particularly busy day. I went from Zoom to Zoom to Zoom. So after the Labor Center video, I actually participated with Stacy and, gosh, I can't think of her name. The young lady from Long Beach Local News, and we did a recap of the Labor Center and talked a little bit about the history. And then I logged into Hungry to Learn, which is an outstanding documentary. I cannot tell you how great that documentary is. I recommend that you all take a minute to watch it. And then there was a Puente Zoom. So Dario, I've got those 3 pictures if you're able to show those. So there's, I think on the left is the Hungry to Learn Zoom. That was before the video started. And then on the right is Yasmin, that's her name. This is from Long Beach Local News. And then the next one is the Puente, and that's I think there's a whole lot more people in there in that Puente meeting. There it is. So Daria, they do such an amazing job with Puente. The neat thing about this is that, of course, parents are there. So we get the parents of a lot of our Puentistas, and it's really neat to have that family connection. And usually, we meet in person and somebody's always bringing food, but, we can't have food on Zoom, but we got to talk about food. The next day, which is Friday the 25th, Luann and I completed the Trustee Fellowship Symposium, which, pardon me, but it feels like it's just been dragging. It's just been going on forever. It's been on a series of Fridays, like once a month. They actually give us homework. I kind of regret signing up for it. I don't know what we're going to get, but it's just been a lot of work. So Luann, thank you, and Michelle, and everybody who's contributed to doing our homework for us, because it involves a lot of research. I think we have one more meeting in the spring, and then we wrap up, right? So remind me.
We received a new email message today, so stay tuned.
I saw that. Yeah, so remind me not to sign up for another symposium again, because it's just been a little bit too labor intensive for me. All right, moving on to October. On October 7th, I just want to, I'm sorry, go back, and I don't have a photo for, yes, I do. So we did have on September 29th, the Personnel Commission was able to interview the 5 applicants. And I just want to say wow to the 5 applicants who we ended up interviewing that night. They were all fantastic. Any one of them would make a great personnel commissioner. And I would like to congratulate Robin for being the board appointee to the Personnel Commission. I think she's going to be a fantastic appointee. And when does she get sworn in to the Personnel Commission?
You know, I don't know. Jean, do you know?
Because I know
You have to have
the minutes today.
a meeting to approve her.
So there'll be one more meeting by the board, which will be the public hearing. At that point, the board will appoint.
Got it. Okay, sorry to put you all on the spot, but I just want to make sure that I'm there, even if it's virtually, for her swearing in. I'm so excited for her. Robin will be the first African-American female on the Personnel Commission, which I think is an outstanding accomplishment. And the next photo is the last photo that I sent you, Dario. It's in the bookstore. If you can highlight that. So I want to give a shout out to the bookstore at the LAC campus. And if you can just check these guys out right here. You've got Reed, Mary, Harold, Ruth. And the reason why I want to give them a shout out is I needed a new LBCC t-shirt and I called to see who was available. Of course, they were closed. And I never like to use my name. I never like to name drop. I never like to say, well, hey, it's Trustee Malaulu. Can I come buy a shirt? But apparently I had contacted the right person who did that for me. And they said, yeah, tell her to come down. Well, when I got there, there were students outside the bookstore who were socially distant in their cars waiting for pickup. And I was so impressed when I saw these boxes laid out with the students' orders. Students were ordering their textbooks, their supplies, whatever they wanted from the website. And the bookstore staff was organizing it into these really neat bags, labeled, alphabetized. So students, all they had to do was just show up. They had an appointed time. And I just kind of sat there and just watched that whole operation. And I really wanted to give the bookstore a shout out. And the Pacific Coast campus bookstore is closed, but the LAC campus is alive and well. And of course, everybody's working extra hard because nobody wants to be doing all that extra work, pulling orders, bagging them, labeling them, having to stick around for delivery and pickup, but they're doing it with a smile. So I want to recognize this team at this meeting. And I'm sure that there are other groups on campus who are working just as hard. So thank you to the bookstore team. All right, so I'm in October now. On October 7th, and I have a picture, but I'm not gonna post the picture. I did accept officially the ACCT Trustee Leadership Award. Once again, I wanna thank my colleagues on the board for the nomination, and I wanna thank particularly Stacy, because she really did a great job helping me put the package together. That was also a lot of work. And I know I've said this before, Stacy, but just really appreciate it. Josh, Camille, everybody. But it was a lot of writing and a lot of assembling that packet that went to ACCT. So appreciate that. Plus there was a tight deadline. On October 12th, I did tune in to watch Cesar and Lena Gonzalez, our state senator, Lena Gonzalez, and our ASB president. So happy that our student is able to do that on such a wide platform, and so happy that LBCC gets the recognition that it gets. And then on October 19th, Dario, there's 2 photographs there at the auditorium. One, I'm wearing a mask, and one is of the dance studio. So I want you guys to check this out. So because we're doing everything virtually, I have to go after work. Like I get off work and then I shoot over to the district and I do videos for these pre-recorded ribbon cuttings and grand openings. So I got a really special treat on October 19th because I got to do the virtual ribbon cutting of the auditorium. And can I just say, wow. Okay, so this right here, this is so technical and above my pay grade. I don't even know what this is called, but it's a super big deal because this is how the curtains and the lighting and the flooring and all these special effect things that are Hollywood caliber, Broadway material are going to happen at our auditorium. And check out the next picture of the dance studio. Now get ready for this. This is incredible. This dance studio was never there. They built a brand new wing in the auditorium. This is the second floor of the auditorium. And like, you know, the young lady who gave me the tour, she was getting really technical, talking about the flooring and parquet and all this stuff that's way above my pay grade. Can I just tell you that it took my breath away and it made me want to sign up for a dance class. So I look forward to getting back to being able to host our students' performances, but also opening it up to the community. Because if we can get, you know, professional artists to come and use our venue, this state-of-the-art venue, I think that that'll be a great opportunity to capitalize on the investment that our voters allowed to happen with all this renovation. All right, on October 24th, this past Saturday, I had an opportunity to MC an event hosted by Latinos in Action. And there are two pictures that I want to highlight. The first one is the flyer. And Dario, if you can show the Latinos in Action. So there's an English flyer and a Spanish flyer. And this is the English flyer. And I would like to thank Luann and I'd like to thank Josh, because as you can see down on the bottom, Long Beach City College was able to get in and co-sponsor this event, which the original sponsor was Long Beach Unified. So Trustee Otto, this is going to be you in a few weeks. Long Beach Unified, and then we were able to get the LA County Department of Mental Health, and we got some other sponsors to join us. And this was an English and Spanish webinar for parents and teachers to address mental health during COVID. And the lady responsible for this is one of my constituents. Her name is Marta Cota. She's a fantastic hard worker, really involved in the community, often hosts lots of events. She does a conference every year in March for women. She does things for children. And because she recognized a need in the community for mental health because of COVID, depression, suicide, the distance learning, families, the disconnect, she actually, this is her brainchild. So she brought all these experts, doctor this and doctor that. She had this impressive lineup of experts, and we had interpreters, and I met a very special guest. If you want to show the next picture of the Zoom, that I was emceeing the event, and that is Dr. Raqueta Coqueta. She's actually a mental health psychologist who has developed the character of a clown, and she goes to clinics and hospitals and schools and talks about mental health. So through the work in the community that they're doing, primarily in communities of color and for underrepresented families, they're able to provide healing, professional caliber healing. So thank you, Martha, for doing that. And thank you to your team for making this possible. And thank you for including Long Beach City College, especially because it went really well with Latinx, Latino Heritage Month. So it was great to be a part of Latinos in Action. And as far as my report, I just want to congratulate the district for the Excelencia. That was a really big deal. I know we do a lot of great things all the time, but that was a big deal. And I just, I don't know if I sent you the picture or not, Dario, of RBG. Did I imagine sending you the picture of Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg? And I think I may have sent you some other pictures too about different meetings from the trustees symposium and other meetings with other trustees that we've had. Dr. Baxter and I also attended a conference, and there are a couple of meetings there, but I just want to encourage everybody, as my virtual screen says, make sure you vote if you haven't already voted, and take advantage of the early voting. LAC and PCC, they both have voting centers. Drop off your ballot. And just remember that I read a great article about Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and how before Title IX, she was one of 9 women out of a class of 500 at Harvard, and she opened up so many doors, especially in education for women. So I want to acknowledge her passing and the impact that it's had on all of our lives as educators to be able to provide that pathway to students. Anyway, I know that that was a very lengthy report, a lot to cover, but it's been a long time since our last meeting. And Dario, was that every picture? I think I sent you, I think we did everything except for those Zooms, right?
Yes, that was it.
Okay, so thank you very much, everybody, and that concludes my report. And now we're gonna move on to 12.2 on the agenda, which is future reports. Are there any requests for any future reports? All right, hearing none, we're moving to section 13 on the agenda. Public.
Chair Malauulu,
Yes.
I believe I made a request earlier that a given on the housing insecure for students, and I think that was noted, but just want to flag that for staff.
Okay, for a future report?
Yes, I've noted that, trustee.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so Luann, you'll let us know which board meeting that
Yes.
will be agendized for? All right, thank you. Okay, item 13.1 on the agenda. Madam Secretary, do we have any public comments on non-agenda items?
No, they all left. No. No,
All
they're,
right, thank you. And now we do have a second closed session. So for the rest of you normal people who don't have to stick around, thank you for joining us. We will adjourn to closed session for one item. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, was it 1.6?
1.6.
I believe it was item 1.6.
Yeah.
And then if there is any report out, I will come back to adjourn the meeting, and Trustee Baxter will be adjourning the meeting when we return. So everybody be safe, have a great night. Don't forget to vote, and we'll see you in a bit. And Dario, go ahead and open up the breakout room for the second closed session. Okay, everybody, good evening. The time is 10:46 p.m. and we have just adjourned our second closed session. We are reconvening. From our second closed session, and now we're going to move on to section 15 on the agenda, which is the adjournment. I'm going to defer to Trustee Baxter, who will adjourn in memory of names of people who have passed. But before I do that, I just want to announce that the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held on Wednesday, November 18th, 2020. Closed session will be at 4:30, open session at 5:30. Thank you, everybody. And Trustee Baxter, you have the floor. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, there's nothing to report.
Yeah, do you have a report out?
No, sorry, Madam Secretary. We have nothing to report out from the second closed session.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Okay, Trustee Baxter, you have the floor and you can go ahead and confirm the adjournment.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I'd like to adjourn this meeting in memory of three LBCC colleagues, Helen Clark, Elizabeth Cañada, and Barbara Lemley. And with that, the meeting will be adjourned.
See you soon. Don't forget to vote.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Bye-bye.